evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. Our first dash will post in approximately 20 minutes. Shall we get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing? In race number one, number three, Delightful Magic, a shoe change, steel to aluminum shoes up front. Race 1-3, Delightful Magic, shoe change, steel to aluminum shoes up front. In the second race, number 4, El Lonely Charlie, the driver, Austin Surrey. Race 2 for El Lonely Charlie, Austin Surrey will drive. In race number 3, note on number 2, Believe in America, there is no missing chart line. Did not race. Race number 4 has no changes. No changes, race number 4. Race number 5, number 8, Redland Wrangler is scratched. Race number 6 for Chief Corleone, driver to be announced. Race number 7, no changes. In race number 8, number 6, Payline is scratched. Race 8, scratch 6, Payline. Race 9, no changes. Race number 10, number 3, Shimar's Lady Havoc is scratched. Race 10, 3, Shimar's Lady Havoc is scratched. Those are all the changes we have at this moment. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, 3, Delightful Magic, a shoe change, steel to aluminum shoes up front. And the second race, number 4, El Lonely Charlie, the driver will be Austin Surrey. It is 16 minutes to post time and time to welcome in our handicapping expert and co-host and also chief meteorologist Robert Reed Jr. Robert, on Wednesday night you predicted rain coming soon, and well, 5 minutes later it started raining. So what about this evening's forecast, and how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic here. I haven't looked at the radar as of yet. I usually do that as we get into the show, but no, yeah. Wednesday night we had a little bit of rain, and it was a fun card of racing nonetheless. And Gary, tonight we've got it's Friday night. We got 10 dashes coming into the weekend. I had the chance to go to Mohawk Park last night for the OSS Golds. Had a great time there, and I'm excited about this weekend in racing. Obviously great racing all across the province of Ontario, but also south of the border. We've got the eliminations for both the Hamiltonian and the Hamiltonian Oaks. So real exciting weekend of harness racing ahead of us. Also, in the Ontario racetracks have carryovers everywhere and pick fives this weekend. Hiawatha has one tomorrow, Sunday in Dresden, also Sunday in Clinton as well. So a lot of opportunities there. But fond of this card tonight. We kick it off right here at Grand River with 10 dashes tonight on a fantastic Friday. And the card tonight, I think, is interesting because last Friday, if you remember, we had a lot of front end winners. There was a strong bias throughout the night. So now when I look at a card the week later, we have a lot of the same horses coming back. I'm going to try to identify those that maybe were at a big disadvantage because of that bias. And I've got quite a few that I like tonight, including right in the opener, my spot play, the 2 Stelios, sitting at 7-1 right now. So I think that there's some big time opportunities, throughout this card this evening. But Gary, what do you think? Okay, I guess Gary. I guess I lost Gary. But and
Oh,
anyways, folks,
I.
the
You know what?
there
I'm
he
here
is.
alive. You know what I wanted to say. I was so wanting to say it that I forgot to turn the mic on. Apparently, you have to turn the mic on. Well, I'm new in this business, you
That's
know.
true.
Listen, there are three horses in
Yeah.
the pick five that I didn't use, and you're fond of, and I can't wait to see how that pans out. I want to tell you the three are because you're going to be saying, "What the heck? What's up with you?" Called in sick. Yeah, I left him
Okay.
right out. Your top pick in the second. I also left out TC Scandal in the fourth. That's one that
Well, that's
yeah, and
dangerous.
also
That's a Gary off angle.
and the Highland Hot Sauce. So there are the three horses.
There you go.
We're going to be talking about that pick five, but what do you just leaving those three out? Are you proud of me?
I'm proud of you, but I think that you're
No.
underestimating. I mean, you well, a little bit, yeah. I mean, I know I saw that you're on Stelios. I'm happy we're on the same page there. And again, like I said, right? You remember last week, speed was king. Couldn't really come from off the pace. Your TC Scandal, you've been fond of over and over again. I couldn't put her on top tonight. But the thing about her is that's interesting is that she kind of had no chance the way it played out last time, and now on a fair track, or maybe she goes forward tonight. I think she has a chance. Called in sick, you can never rule out. You can't rule that one out. And again, he was at a pace disadvantage last time as well. So I think there's a lot of chances on tonight's card to maybe go back to horses that we liked last time and maybe gets them to the winner's circle this time at a much better price. But you said it right. We're going to talk about that pick five soon. And folks, don't forget this early pick five, one of the best bets in all of harness racing. Low takeout, 15%. It's got a guaranteed pool of $5,000. Gary and I will take a closer look at that sequence at about 8 minutes to post. 8 minutes to post till the opener on a fantastic Friday night here at Grand River Raceway. You know what time that is? It's early pick five time. Again, guarantee is $5,000. Low takeout is always just 15%. One of the best bets in harness racing. You definitely don't want to miss out on the opportunity to jump in on this early pick five. And Gary and I always map out our suggested wagers for you. And let's take a look at what we have cooked up on this Friday night. And for me, I'm going to start with a single, and we talked about it a little while ago about trying to side with horses that were at a big disadvantage last week when racing, with a treble trip, and Stelios was one of those horses. He ended up getting away sixth off the gate, had traffic trouble, and ended up closing to be fifth. Got beat just under 2 lengths, and now comes right back in the same class. Better post to work from. Third start back off a layoff. And I think it's going to be all systems go for him tonight. So 7-2 on the board. I thought he might give a little bit of value vertically, but I think for me, I want to try to run the gauntlet on a nice pick five ticket. So I'm going to single him right here in the opener, and then we're going to build a ticket around that one. Race number 2. I'm going to go with the 2 and 7. It's Delightful Leader. And the 7 Called in Sick. I think those are the ones. Actually, I've got the 1, 2, and 7 in that one. Yeah, it should be 1, 2, and 7 in there. The ticket 1920. Yeah, should be 1, 2, and 7 in the second race. That's Troubles of Bruin, Delightful Leader, and Called in Sick. Inside two have a lot of early foot off the gate. They're probably going to be involved. Mixing it up for the lead early. Called in Sick though is one that I think we'll see that one likely get involved at some point in the mile. I think if he races off a helmet, it's probably his strong point. And I just think that this looks like a spot to take back some value on him. 75 cents to the dollar last time. He's going to get overlooked, I think, tonight, especially in the multi-legs. So I've got him on top, but I'm using the 1, 2, and 7. Race number 3, the 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is a tough race. No joke about it, folks. 2-year-old Colson Gelding's on the pace. It's a maiden race. And I kind of looked at this one for way too long before I settled on 2, 3, 4, and 5, using just under half the field. And trying to use the ones I think will be forwardly placed, and also will get a clean trip. So 4 deep in there, not entirely confident with it, but that's the approach I took with those 4 horses. Race number 4, the 1, 2, 3, and 6. Big Bad Mosa rode the bias last time to victory. Little T rode shotgun with her. They finished 1, 2. Colossal Faith, I think, is worth a use from the rail. And TC Scandal, no chance last time. No chance in her last 2. Not sure what the trip looks like tonight. It's a tougher post to work from. I think you have to use her, though, and she might finally sport some value on the odds board. Race 5, well, everyone knows I was in love with Highland Hot Sauce last time at 15-1. Could not have got a worse journey. Lots of traffic. The line doesn't really show it, but no chance the way the race panned out. I just think he might be overmatched with Clint's Vet, though. Even though that one is racing off a bit of time, it's a strong qualifier. The qualifier looks like it might be good enough to win this race tonight. So I toyed with the idea of keying Clint's Vet. Ended up going too deep with the 6 and 7 just because I could not use the 7 Highland Hot Sauce after the last performance. So too deep for me in the finale. $19.20. I'm breaking the bank tonight, Gary. I don't know how much you're spending, sir, but I'm breaking the bank going into the weekend.
I didn't spend as much, and the more I've been thinking about it, I should have spent more because I think you're right that races 3 and 4 need to be more spent on them, and better to spend a little more and stay alive than go cheap and be out. So maybe you're the way to follow here. But you know what? You went cheap in the first race, and I like the idea, but I did add in the 6 and 7. But I do have Stelios on top. In the second race, I only have the inside 2. I mentioned I don't have Called in Sick. If your idea is that there'll be value there, then I do like it. That's the thing I didn't think, is that I thought the value wouldn't rise up enough to offset some of the things that I'm waiting to see him come around to what he was, and I thought I'll take a pass this week, but yeah, I could be wrong there. And race number 3, I should have found out more. I went just the 3 and 7, so I even have one that you don't have in there. Race number 4, I only have a couple of yours. I have the 2 and the 3. I have a little T on top, but I just have the 2 of them, the 2 and the 3. And in the 5th race, I just have, I love Clint's Vet. We both love Clint's Vet. No disgrace to be getting beaten by St. Lad's Criminal. he's probably very glad to not see him in here this evening. Problem with Clint's vet was just facing that one. And also, I have Smokin' Hot Dude, but I don't have Highlands hot sauce, as we mentioned. You love him the hot sauce, and I knew you'd be on that horse. I knew as soon as I left him out. Well, there's one Rob will have. But that's my ticket, 960. It went a little light. We'll see if that's a problem.
Just 4 combos for us both to get to the winner's circle tonight. Let's see Conley's ticket. Conley not using Stelios in the opener, so we've got a difference of opinion there. 2 deep for him, 6 and 7. Then he's got the 1, 6, and 7 in race 2, so similar numbers there. Race 3, the 2 and 3. He's sticking to the inside and kind of the horse I think you want to be on in that third leg. The 1, 3, 4, and 6 in race 4. And then he's singling up on Clint's vet, which I don't mind that at all. I think he is the one to beat. Maybe I'm kind of just too enamored with the performance last time from Highland Hot Sauce, but for me, I'm going too deep there. $9.60 for Conley's ticket again. This pool's guaranteed at $5,000, folks. The takeout's always a low 15%. I'm going to pass you back to Gary Guy right now, though, for an important update unrelated to tonight's card and this early pick 5.
Well, I just wanted to throw in that I spent some time talking to Ken Middleton yesterday, and those of you know, of course, he's been the longtime announcer, Mohawk and Woodbine when they were over there. And also, Kenny was always on our picks page, as we see up on screen. He had been doing the tip sheet. I've been filling in for him, but he's writing the tip sheet today. He'll be back on the page next Wednesday because he's writing the Wednesday card of racing. I'm not sure. He didn't know exactly when he'll be back in the saddle at Mohawk, but he is getting better. And Kenny's an excellent announcer, excellent handicapper, but you know what? An absolutely excellent guy. And actually, it's Kenny's fault that I got to be a race announcer because he opened the door 30 years ago, and I'm very glad that he allowed that door to be opened. And it's great to have been friends with Kenny all this length of time. And I just was glad to talk to him yesterday and find out that he's doing better and he's on the mend.
Well, you said it. Kenny, an incredible race caller, master at his craft, an even better human being. He's done so much for me throughout my career as well. So hoping to see him in the booth soon. But it's fantastic to hear he's back writing the selections here at Grand River Raceway as well. Really, really happy to hear that. But folks, you've got about just a minute or so until we'll be coming out on the track for the opening dash tonight. Again, we've got this pick 5 kicking it off. $5,000 guarantee, low takeout 15%. We'll be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field 4 race number 1 is on parade. 1, Jet Set Charmer. Paul McKenzie for Bruce Gott and Craig Ellis. Number 2 is Stelios. Brett Madonna for Richard Moreau and Anne Turan. And number 3, Delightful Magic. Colin Keller, Chris Nother. For his playing bad, Daryl Thiessen for Kyle Bossens and Martin Kempfer. Number 5, Shadow of Lindy, but there is 6, Disney Man. Austin Surrey for Francis Gilmet and Martin Kempfer. Number 7, Joe King, Travis Henry for Rafael Barassa and Sylvain Caron. And delayed from the post spread is 5, Shadow of Lindy, Jay Harris for Ted Knight and Englewood Stables. And Rob, we're going to start off by talking about number 2, Stelios. When I took this one on top, and there we do see Shadow of Lindy joining us, I thought that I might have him alone, and then I saw your picks and thought, darn. But you got him.
Yeah. Well, no, if you remember, after his last race, he was one I put on the watch list, Gary, because he kind of had no chance at any point, and he was stick handling in the stretch, in the shorter stretch here at Grand River. He was trying to stick handle his way through, ended up only getting beat just under 2 lengths. I thought it was a much better effort than it looks on paper. And if you go back, I mean, I was at Georgian Downs that night when he was first over a long way before, not missing by too much to fear the dice, and he missed some significant time. Obviously, before that, when he was off for a long time, then missed time again between starts. Not coming back on a regular rotation, but he's certainly back on a better schedule right now. And I just think he's got a huge post advantage too, doesn't he? I mean, over the main contenders in this race, you can see the horses around him are all big prices on the board. So I think he's kind of got a clear path to glory if he wants it, and he's a horse that can leave off the gate. I mean, let's not forget, if you go down on his lines there, you'll see a lot of front end missions he's been sent on, and I'm hoping that's the game plan tonight.
Number 6, Daffy is one that I thought about, and Disney Man, number 6 Disney Man, 9 to 5 on the board, getting a little Daffy here. Tell me about this horse.
Taffy's not even a Disney character, but yeah,
Yeah.
Disney Man. It,
I
it's
don't know.
one that's
That was
it's
a long
okay.
time ago.
Yeah, no, I'm a huge. First of all, I mean, you've probably seen me. We go to Disney frequently. I'm a Disney nut, so there's no surprise I do like Disney Man. In for second here, and you know what? I thought it was an okay effort last time. Kind of got a good trip. I was hoping to see a little more punch up the passing lane. Didn't happen. Got beat by half a length, and Joe King, who we'll talk about in a moment, but he went a real tough trip on that occasion, whereas Disney Man got the better of it. But Disney Man hadn't raced in a while, right? In a long time. Was actually on the vets list when he got claimed October 10th, and then hadn't raced in all that time before that start July 17th. So a lot of reasons for him to improve tonight. I'm just wondering what the trip's going to be. Can't be any better than it was last time, even though it was the same post. And to me, if you're going to get the same number or a better number on Stelios, you almost have to go in that direction. But I do think Disney Man has some room to take a step forward here.
Number 7, Joe King, 7 out of 8 in the top 2, so tough to leave out of the top 2. But I guess we're supposed to go, I'm really at a loss here tonight. Let's go to one Jet Set Charmer. I'm all over the map. Paul McKenzie for Bruce Goyd.
Yeah, Jet Set Charmer for me is one that, again, big post edge right over that 7, and that's one of the reasons why I guess I took a stand against Joe King, moving out from the rail to the post 7, and now one like Jet Set Charmer moves in from post 5 to post 1. Now, granted, last time was at Hanover, but this horse is blessed with speed off the gate. Where you know they don't give up many spots here when you have the rail, no matter what horse it is, and this one will be able to maintain position on the inside. So I think he gets a favorable journey, and I think one like Joe King might get a pretty tough trip again, even though he overcame it last time. I just thought the Jet Set Charmer might be able to kind of hide it along the pylons and punch through for a bigger piece of it, maybe second or third. But either way, I wouldn't use this, leave this one off the bottom end of my exotics.
And Joe King at 9 to 5. You know what? Even if he wins, post 7 at the now 2 to 1, I won't mind if he gets the job done, and I didn't have him.
Yeah, no, it was a huge one last time, right? I mean, he had the rail, got away third, was first over forever. I played against him on that occasion, and I said, you know what? He can't win with this trip, and he somehow did. So, I mean, maybe he overcomes it again tonight. But for me, I said, even money from the rail, what price can you accept from post 7 tonight? I wouldn't be able to get there at 8 to 5. I probably wouldn't be able to get there at 5 to 2. But he might overcome it again. It was a big performance last time. I just thought this race does not shape up as favorable for him, and the way it's going to play out.
Well, I was afraid that people would be on to Stelios more than I thought they might, and 5 to 2. We both have Stelios at 5 to 2. Didn't get any value there, but I'm happy with it anyway. Jet Set Charmer Stelios on the inside. In the center, Delightful Magic and Playing Bad and Shadow of Lindy. The outside, Disney Man and Joe King. Field of 7, race number 1 on a Friday night at the river. Here they come. It's a field of 7 for race number 1. There at the start of the round, Jet Set Charmer, Stelios, Joe King from the outside. Then it is Playing Bad and Delightful Magic. Then back to Shadow of Lindy and Disney Man. On the outside is second from last. Then Shadow of Lindy is trailing the field. Jet Set Charmer leads by 2 1/4. Stelios second. Joe King. Disney Man is flying on the outside as they work their way on to the opening quarter. Jet Set Charmer. Disney Man is looking to get the lead and racing third. Stelios 28, the opening quarter. Jet Set Charmer and Disney Man, they're going at it right now. Stelios is enjoying watching that battle. Joe King's racing fourth and Playing Bad is fifth. Then Delightful Magic and Shadow of Lindy. Jet Set Charmer forces Disney Man into the pocket. Stelios is racing third as they race off the turn, and now is going to pop out and off stride goes Jet Set Charmer. Now Stelios is looking to get to the front, and Stelios leads at a length and a quarter. Stelios trying to tuck in and is able to do so. Now up and driving on the outside is Joe King. And racing on the inside third is Disney Man. Then it is back to Playing Bad and Delightful Magic. Half of 56 into a lively half. And then Shadow of Lindy, Jet Set Charmer trails the field. It is Stelios. Joe King is trying to track down Stelios. Stelios on the inside though. Joe King on the outside is grinding. Now Delightful Magic is a closing third. And Disney Man Playing Bad and Shadow of Lindy as the field works their way towards the top of the stretch. And it is Stelios. And Delightful Magic dropped down to the inside to save some ground and now is back out on the back of Joe King. 3/4 was 125-1. Stelios, Joe King in the center of the track. Delightful Magic on the outside as they come on down the stretch drive. Stelios' game. Stelios, as they come to the finish, is going to win. Delightful Magic second. Then Joe King trying to hold on to third against a hard-charging Shadow of Lindy. Stelios held it 5-2, Rob. We thought this one would race well and did just that.
Yeah, he did, and obviously happy with the price of 5-2. I mean, I thought we might see value on him, and I think that is still value because, like I said, Gary, the replay last time he had no chance at any point, and this looked like a spot now inside of the gate. We're going to see him get put into play. Brett McDonald did exactly that. He tried to time the gate with him, obviously got outstepped off the switch by the one Jet Set Charmer, and then that one put some steps in, and obviously that gave this one an opportunity to kind of take advantage of that and come around for the lead. And then Joe King, we said last time, right, overcame this trip. This time around, he's got to go up against a horse though that's got some credentials on his side. 23 lifetime wins, 158,000 made, and one that can be pretty tough, when he's on his game, and it just couldn't really get by that one. And then the horse that looked a little bit scary though was Delightful Magic, right? On the turn there, I said, "Uh-oh, this could be some trouble." But I think it's just a testament to the class of the winner and the fact that now he's got some conditioning under his feet, and he's going to probably move on now and string some wins together.
Yeah, for a second there, 25-1. That would have been a big bomb to start the pick five, but still raced well to finish second. And we did get Joe King home, and also finishing third at 3-2. Joe King looked good for a chunk, but that's a tough grind.
It is. I mean, it's back-to-back grinds like that too, right? And that's what it was kind of like. Okay, well, rail last time, get away third. This time, post 7. You got to leave hard from out there to get in position, and then try to withstand that trip. And it just wasn't going to happen tonight. But like you always say, right? You split those two favorites of the big long shot. It helps the exotics pay.
It's a 2-3-7-5, and back in front of us is number 2 Stelios. 8-year-old Sand Shooter Bay gelding by Anne Turenne, trained by Richard Moreau. Brett McDonald, the winning driver. First win in 2 seasons, 24th lifetime for Stelios. the first race, payouts to Stelios $7, $5 and $3.30. 3 Delightful Magic, $21.40 and $7.80, and 7 Joe King, $3.80. $2 Exactor, $201.10. $1 Try, $220.80. $1 Super, $1,246.15. Race 1 order of finish from the top, 7125463. That's 7125463.
Stelios getting the job done in the opener. Nice price too at 5-2. One that both Gary and I thought had a big chance to take down that opening leg of the pick five. Nice pool tonight. Looks like just over $7,000 in it tonight. So thanks for those who supported that wager. Might as well jump in now on the early pick four, getting started right here in race number two. Guaranteed pool $2,500. Low takeouts always 15%. And for me, I'm staying true to my pick five as I usually do. Three deep here, the 1, 2, and 7. Wow, called in sick at 6-5 right now. I thought we'd get some value there. Gary had his doubts that we might not get the value I was expecting, and right now we're not getting it 6-5 on called in sick. I thought for sure we'd see a better price with them shifting out to post 7, but not happening as of yet. I think you have to have the 1 and 2. Troubles are brewing. I think as a half mile specialist, we'll probably be pushing out of there from the rail. Delightful Leader was a winner last time, so 1, 2, and 7 for me here in the opening leg. 2, 3, 4, and 5 for me in the third race. Very tricky looking 2-year-old Colson Geldings now winners of one race lifetime event on the pace. I thought that, that there was a few in there that you might want to lean towards. The 4 Thunder Don't Stay, maybe the 3 Heave Away. But I wanted to go 4 deep, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for me. And that one, that's a tricky looking contest. Maybe we get a price in that leg. Race number 4, 1, 2, 3, and 6. Intrigued by TC Scandal, right? And we keep coming back to her. She's the girl that keeps on letting me down, but I keep calling again, and we'll see what happens tonight. Post 6, no chance in each of her last 2. I think it's tough to kind of put her on top in there, but I'm using her 1, 2, 3, and 6 for me in race 4. And on this ticket though, I'm gonna just deviate a little bit from that pick 5. I'm gonna key the 6 Clint's Vet because I like having a single on my ticket. We're gonna spend $9.60 on this pick 4 ticket for a 20-cent wager instead of that robust $19.20 we spent on the pick 5. So singling Clint's Vet in race number 5 on this one, leaving out. Of course, I'm fond of the 7 Highland Hot Sauce. Let's see Conley's ticket. I think he'll be keying Clint's Vet as well because, well, he singled that one in his pick 5. So pretty sure we'll see Conley singling that one in his pick 4 as well.
Is Christine making you kill some time?
No, it's perfect. There we go. 6 and 7 here in the opening leg. The horse taking money right now is Dalhousie, who I'm a little bit worried about now with the way this is shaking out. But he's got 1, 6, and 7, so none of us have Dalhousie yet. 2 and 3 in race number 3 for Conley. 1, 3, 4, and 6 for the fourth, and of course he's keying the 6 Clint's Vet in race number 5. $4.80. He's spending half of what I'm spending. So if you want a more economical ticket, you can go with Conley. But we've got a minute away. So he'll be coming onto the track for race number 2. Again, it's the start of the early pick 4. Low takeout 15%. The pool's guaranteed at $2,500. We'll be back in just a moment or two. Take a closer look at race number 2.
Field for the second on parade. 1, Troubles a Bruin. Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer. Number 2, Delightful Leader. Daryl Thiessen for Melissa Lamoureux. And number 3, Dalhousie. Travis Henry for Jim Kerr and Jack Ramage. Number 4, EL Lonely Charlie Taliber for Tim Jacobson and James Lewis. 5 is Somewhere in Tuscany. Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. Number 6, Almost Their Boss. Jason Ryan for Dwayne Marfisi and Royce Broxton. And number 7, Called in Sick. Brett McDonough for Tim Myers and David Omacoli. Field of 7, race number 2. The price is starting to come up a little bit on Called in Sick, 7-2. You moaned about the price, and now you're starting to get it to go up a little bit. And look at Called in Sick. I'll give you this. I think Called in Sick is the best horse in here. Problem is they don't all get the same post position. How does the trip work out?
Yeah, that's one of the things. I was moaning about it. I was kind of complaining about the price, but it's getting better. 9-2 now. You're right; it's going in the right direction, and I'd love to see that. You're right. I think he is the best horse in the race, pound for pound, from what he's shown in the past. Now the problem is, last time was it a good effort? Not really. I mean, at second quarter, that's when he kind of tried to attack, and it was kind of a stolen second panel. They stepped it up in the third quarter, though. That's why I kind of thought, you know what, not really his cup of tea, right, Gary? So I think tonight we're going to likely see him race off a helmet. We've seen him race so well like that in the past. One that can race on the lead if he wants to, but it's going to be tough to get there tonight. I think he races off a helmet and maybe runs them down late. So we've seen him make determined bids in the stretch before. Maybe that's what happens again tonight. Now 5-1. I really think he's got rebound potential here, and I wouldn't want to not have him on my ticket.
You know who I was worried about that I thought about taking on top was on Troubles Bruin because inside post position, a field of 7. Last week, Delightful Leader got that second panel breather, and Troubles Bruin might be able to get it his own way here.
I think so. He's a half mile specialist too, right? You see that, recently win over Georgian last time, second in a grassroots race at Clinton before that. That's against Ike Stream too, right? Split Ike Stream and Rye, both a couple of nice horses there, and then went all the way in the lead at Georgian before that. But if you look at his lines on a half, I mean, he swept the city of London, and with rail control, there's no question what direction he's going off the gate. He's going forward, and he'll be tough to catch in here. He will be, and gets along splendidly. With Anthony Hahn as well. So 6-5 on the board. To me, it's a bit of an overbet. I think that he merits respect in here. But if I could, if I'm betting the race flat, I get 7-1 on Called in Sick or even money on Troubles of Brew, and I have to go with the bigger price on Called in Sick.
Number 4, Delightful Leader is 4-1 on the board, and not the value that it was earlier. And certainly was good last race. And I'm just loyal to Delightful Leader. Those 3 wins you see on the program rewarded me on all 3, so I thought, well, I can afford to take another shot with Delightful Leader because, well, I'm playing with Delightful Leader's money.
Yeah, and last time, I mean, anyone that bet him last time is playing with house money as well, right? 19-1, and did so on the engine. You mentioned from post 4. Now gets a better post tonight with post 2, and no reason to think he's not going to be forwardly placed again. It worked last time. 27-3 to the opening quarter. So you'd have to think with no trailing post to worry about here, he's going to try to stuff in the 2-hole behind Troubles of Bruin, or maybe try to step past them and cut it out again. But 7-2 is not a bad number. In relation to what he paid last time, it's certainly pretty small. But compared to what I thought he'd be in here, I thought Delightful Leader be about maybe 5-2 at most off that last performance.
One more to talk about here is number 3, Dalhousie. And I've loved this horse in the past. And, you sat out last time. And, we're going to sit out again because there was nothing in last time. Well, the back half was good.
Yeah, it was, but I just didn't see enough from him. Granted, no chance, right, getting away 8th off the gate, but you'd still like to see a little more. Like, I was hoping to see him kind of come home with a little more gusto. And second start back now, so he's got a reason to improve. A lot of early money came for him too. That kind of, perked up my ears a little bit because I'm thinking, what, this could be dangerous. I'm leaving a horse off that I'm so fond of. I kind of liken him to Called in Sick. They're in the same category for me. I looked at this race tonight and said, you know what, I'm going to watch him tonight and hope I can jump on him next time. So if he does it a week early, right now 6-1 is not a bad number, but I think it's a little short compared to his performance last time.
Well, you started moaning on Called in Sick when it was low and has risen up to 5-1, so you got to be happy there. Troubles Bruin has come down to even money on the board, and Delightful Leader at 5-2. They take up their positions. Troubles Bruin, Delightful Leader. On the inside, Dalhousie, Lonely Charlie, and Somewhere in Tuscany. And to the outside, almost their boss, and Called in Sick. It's a field of 7. It's race number 2. Here they come. Field of 7 for race number 2. There at the start of the rough, Troubles Bruin, Delightful Leader, and also popping out is as they race their way into the turn, Somewhere in Tuscany. But right now, Troubles Bruin, Delightful Leader quickly tucks into the pocket, Somewhere in Tuscany on the outside. Dalhousie is 4th away. Then Lonely Charlie, almost their boss, and Called in Sick. Somewhere in Tuscany is trying to come on and get to the front. and is now in front of length and a quarter, and now a length and a half, and gets to the pylons. Troubles of Bruin is racing second. Delightful Leader is third. Then it is Dalhousie, a Lonely Charlie, almost there, boss, and called in sick. 27-1 opening quarter, and Troubles of Bruin popped out and has reclaimed the lead from Somewhere in Tuscany, and then Delightful Leader is racing third. Dalhousie almost there, boss, then called in sick to the outside as they race their way off the turn, and on the inside trailing is the Lonely Charlie. Troubles of Bruin and Anthony Hahn's got the lead. Delightful Leader is going to try it first over. Somewhere in Tuscany is in the pocket, and almost their boss is racing on the outside second over. It is Troubles of Bruin. Delightful Leader on the outside is about a length back. Somewhere in Tuscany is racing third, and almost their boss is fourth, and then Dalhousie and called in sick, and the Lonely Charlie. It is Troubles of Bruin. Delightful Leader is trying to come to Troubles of Bruin, who's 6-5 on the board and has a lead of about a neck right now over Delightful Leader. And then it is Somewhere in Tuscany. Almost there, boss, and called in sick is out 3 wide and advancing a bit now, but still has plenty of work to do. Then Dalhousie and the Lonely Charlie. It is Troubles of Bruin. Delightful Leader is chipping away. Somewhere in Tuscany is looking to pounce up the inside, and then almost there, boss, on down the stretch. Where they come. Troubles Bruin and Delightful Leader. Delightful Leader is getting closer. Up the inside. Somewhere in Tuscany. In the center, Troubles of Bruin. It might have been Somewhere in Tuscany. It's also Troubles of Bruin and Delightful Leader. 154 and 1 three-way photo. It looked like Somewhere in Tuscany. An interesting dash. Somewhere in Tuscany is 16-1, Rob.
Yeah, 16-1, and left out of there. I mean, good things happen when you leave, right? Left out of there. Got position on the favorite, then let that one go to set a perfect trip. This is close, though. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just not good at calling photos. I don't know. I thought it was a lot closer than it looks.
I'm not feeling as confident. We'll see.
I thought the outside horse might have got there, but.
Well, Christine thinks the 5. You think the outside horse. And you know what? One thing I can tell you is if Somewhere in Tuscany doesn't leave the way he does and puts Delightful Leader in the 3 spot, then things could be a lot different. But it looks like it was Somewhere in Tuscany.
Yeah, it was, and this is a big knockout for the pick 5, no doubt about it. And you're right. This is kind of the key, right? You good things happen when you leave. You get to the lead, and then you let the favorite come around. You set a perfect trip, and then they did battle, right? I was kind of getting excited for the chance to call them sick. He just doesn't seem to have it right now. So back to the drawing board with that one. He was spotted third over, and that's kind of the trip that he's won from in the past, right? So with called in sick, I can't make any excuses tonight. He just doesn't have what he had before, but I think we'll see it round back into form at some point. But kind of the garden spot. You got the 2 favorites kind of duking it out on the engine there, Gary, and you got Steve Hudon working out a perfect trip for Somewhere in Tuscany to blow up the tote board at 16-1.
And you had to like how tough Delightful Leader showed because getting away third, then coming first up, battled hard.
And yeah, he was a horse too that you would have thought last time, kind of rode that bias, kind of got things somewhat his own way. I mean, he went pretty legit for actions, but now how can he, can he last the test first over? Well, he did tonight. He battled on gamely and just missed the victory and got up for second.
And you doubted me on the finish again, buddy.
Wow.
Wow. Back in front of us is number 5, Somewhere in Tuscany. 7-year-old some beach somewhere bay gelding, owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Laura Toscani. Steve Hudon back in the winner's circle. 2nd win this year for Somewhere in Tuscany. 6th lifetime. 154 and 1. The second race, payouts 5 somewhere in Tuscany, 3410, 1450 and 380. Two Delightful Leader, 390, 240. One Troubles a Bruin, 230. $2 exactor, 110.70. The double of 2 and 5 is 78.80. The dollar try, 184.95, and the dollar super, 502.20. Second race, order of finish from the top, 3247156. That's 3247156. Fans note in race number 4, number 8, Maryland, the driver will be Jay Harris. Jay Harris drives 8 Maryland in the 4th.
Hey kids, we've got 2 brand new contests for horse lovers who like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
Field for the third on parade. Juan Murphy, Joseph, Paul McKenzie for Matt Dupuis and Keith Castle. Number 2 is Believe in America, Samuel Filioff for Desiree Jones and Gino Toscani. Number 3 is Heave Away, Colin Kelly for Stephen Doyle and Walter Walker. And 4 is Thunder Don't Stay, Brett McDonough for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer and David Lumsden. 5 is Macau, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing. Number 6, Gladiator, BG, Austin Sorry for Francis Dumichel and Sylvain Deschanel and Gaston Bibo. Number 7, Sports Center, Gary Rive for Marnie Bohannock and Ashley and Matthew Rive Bohannock. 8 is World Revival, Anthony Hunt for Meg Crone. And number 9, Bet on Sunshine, Jason Ryan for Paul Ritchie. Field of 9, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. A very wide open dash, an interesting one to handicap. And, well, Rob, I was worried that in the pick 5 I went too light with only 2 horses. Good thing about the second race, I won't have to find out about that because, well, we're both out. But let's see if we can get the winner here at least. And you think it's for Thunder Don't Stay.
Yeah, I thought Thunder Don't Stay looked like one that was, interesting one to maybe get behind in here. And I like the score down right now. You know, Brett McDonald wants to see how this youngster is going to handle the turn. And $37,000 yearling purchase, and horse I thought qualified pretty well at Mohawk Park. Has over 5 different siblings with more than 100,000 made. So there's obviously some positives there. And that last quarter, right, 28 seconds flat last time out. I think that's a decent group now. The qualifier, though, was June 24th, so I'd like to see maybe a little bit more between that, but there could have been schoolers and whatnot happening since then, and certainly I like the pre-race appearance right now from Thunder Don't Stay. So a barn that usually sends them out ready to roll, 6-1 on the board right now. I think that's serious value, and really the cluster of horses that I like in here is where all the action is going right now.
Number 2, Believe in America is 3-1 on the board, and I know you see a ton of racing action, but I'm kind of doubting that you saw the New York Sire Stakes at Buffalo Raceway, but hey, you never know.
Well, I watched the replay. I didn't see it live, but I did watch the replay. I try to keep up on all the major Sire Stakes, but that one I actually just watched while we were handicapping the card. And look, I guess the positive what you can say about this one is that they thought enough of him to try him in the New York Sire Stakes there, and I mean got away 4th off the gate, and then really just was never a factor at all before getting beat by a wide margin. But now change of scenery north of the border, first start for Desiree Jones, softer competition here at the River. I think there's a lot of reasons to think this one's going to be more than competitive against this group. I mean, the qualifiers would certainly suggest you can go with these. So 7-2 on the board, good post to work from, and I think that there's some tactical speed there, which we know is something that proves positive here at the River. So yeah, I think right now not the worst bet in the world at 7-2. And should be a major factor in the exotics.
Number 3, Heave Away is my top pick, and I thought that he came up and really worked hard last time out. I mean, finished 4th, didn't get a lot out of it, but overall it's a pretty solid effort. I'll tell you one thing he did get out of it is a flat line, because that was a worry.
It was, and the other thing is that he traveled a lot of distance in that race. You see the line, you say, "Wow, he got parked a long way," and actually, it doesn't do it any justice. And I guess for me, it's kind of a good and bad thing, because he's got those breaks in stride, but when he actually tried to go to the lead, he kind of blew the turn. So it would have been the second turn in the race. He kind of blew that turn, and then tried to advance again in the leader, got hung out. He did put a couple steps in here and there. It wasn't the smoothest, throughout the mile, but you can see that second quarter was 27-3, huge middle half for Heave Away. And if this race was a straight line, like you see some thoroughbred racing, and we have seen before in harness racing, extreme harness racing, I would 100% be in his camp. I just don't know how I can get behind him, because he's back on a half-mile surface now. And what did he do his last 2 times on a half? He made breaks and strides. So I didn't see him smooth enough to think, okay, take a stand on him. And I thought he'd take Monday because the line is impressive, 55-3, and even more visually impressive when you watch it, Gary. But very concerned about his prospects of staying flat tonight.
Yeah. Well, obviously I did see that because I called the race, but still, it didn't keep me away. Number 5, Macau, is the one that you're going to use on the bottom of the ticket.
Yeah, just one that you showed speed, right? In that last qualifier, he went a long way in the lead. He chopped out legit fractions, really 29-58 and 1 120 and 2. Then obviously faded, got beat, a big margin in third, but it was a big step forward from his other qualifiers. And what do we always say we want to back here is speed. So post, I'm not sure if he's going to go out there like gangbusters today, but I think he might try to get forwardly placed and get a share. 9-1's not a terrible price.
And I backed Sports Hunter on the ticket for second, actually, because of that start here, July the 7th at Grand River. So I had that start over this track, and actually, last race also battled first up. So we'll see what Sports Hunter does. Is currently on the board at 14-1. It's a field of 9 taking up their positions. Murphy Joseph on the inside with Believe in America and Heave Away in the center. Thunder Don't Stay and Macau to the outside. Gladiator, BG, Sports Hunter, and World Revival in the second tier. Bet on Sunshine. Field for the third. And Believe in America will get out well. Macau down the center of the track. Thunder Don't Stay. And Gladiator SBG now has gone off stride or is now taken towards the outside as they work into the backstretch. And it is Macau with the lead. Believe in America is second. Murphy Joseph third. And then Thunder Don't Stay is racing fourth. And Heave Away is in mid-pack racing fifth. And then it is back to Sports Hunter, Bet on Sunshine, and World Revival. And Gladiator SBG is trailing the field, and now Believe in America has come on to get the lead at 7-2 on the board. And Macau 23-1 is racing second. Murphy Joseph third, and Thunder Don't Stay is racing fourth. Heave Away is still tracking along from fifth, but is only about 7 or 8 off the lead. 29-3 opening quarter. And then it is Sports Hunter, Bet on Sunshine as they race their way off the turn. Then further back, that is World Revival, and trailing the field, Gladiator SBG. Believe in America, Semi Fillion's got the lead. Advantage over Macau. Length and 3/4. And the half was 1 minute and 4. A 30-1 second battle be there. And here comes Heave Away on the outside and Colin Kelly as they work into the backstretch. It is Believe in America. Heave Away to the outside. He is now getting threateningly close and is moving with authority on the outside. And Heave Away, now as they work on down the straightaway to 3/4, Heave Away has come on, bursting onto the scene. And then to the outside, Macau has taken second. Believe in America is third. And then racing position fourth is Sports Hunter. Murphy Joseph fifth, but Heave Away 1-2 on the board. 3/4, 129-4. Macau second. Believe in America third. Sports Hunter is fourth and trying to close. They turn for home. It is Heave Away and Macau on down the stretch drive they come. Heave Away trying to finish this one out. Heave Away not getting any urging. Heave Away at the finish is able to drive away a bit. Macau was second, then finishing the third. It was Murphy Joseph and Believe in America fourth, 1:58-3 the mile time. And Heave Away dropped to a very low price of 1-2, so not that bad to miss that one, but certainly looked smoother today, I thought.
Yeah, he did. Well, the turns were a little bit funky at times. I mean, he did put a little steps in here and there. Did kind of go wide into the one turn again. But straightaways, Gary, this horse is clearly the fastest horse in the race, and there's no doubt about it. I mean, you can see right here, he hits a straightaway with no urging at all. He just paced away, 58-3. That's a good mile. But again, 1-2 on the board, horse that, might not be, all that enamored with the half mile surface yet. I'm still okay with trying to beat him, but I certainly thought he had a big chance.
And I should mention the inquiry sign is going to go up. The judges will review the action on 3 Heave Away coming to the half. And I said just a little smoother because I thought the start of Georgian was in spots worse, but still there's some work to do. But one thing that Heave Away really has is a pretty big burst of speed.
He does. Nice turn of foot. I mean, when he came out of the hole, he came out with authority, and like I said, he got to the lead, and then opened up daylight on a straightaway, and then when he got back into the stretch again, uh, he was all alone really. So it was a real big effort from this one, and I think there's a lot of talent there. It's just a matter of making sure they can. Make him go a little smoother, but he's got that snap speed, no doubt about it. Mac Wow was one that I thought raced really well actually underneath. Nice price to finish second, and a horse that I'll be watching next time for sure.
I like that you actually got the right pronunciation because I screwed that up, but still managed it. One thing also, you put that one on your top four at 23 to 1, so that's a pretty nice get.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like I said, though, it doesn't help me because I was in the win position. I was trying to beat the favorite, but yeah, McWowell is one I think we'll watch for next time. 'Cause I like the way that he kind of came around the pace setter to get into second, and really was overmatched with Heave Away, but was a nice second.
And once again, note that the judges are reviewing action on 3 Heave Away coming to the half. The inquiry pertains to 3 Heave Away, who's, well, gone back to the paddock to see how things turn out. Fans note the judges ruling that number 3 Heave Away, who finished a winner, is going to be placed back to 5th. The judges ruling that 3 Heave Away did interfere with 7 Sports Hunter when coming to the half, and will be placed back behind Sports Hunter. The new top 4 will be 5127. That is 5127. 3 Heave Away, who finished first, placed back to 5th. The third race payouts 5. Mac Wow 49.30, 17.30, and 7.20. 1 Murphy Joseph 12.90 and 4.90, and 2 Believe It America 2.50. $2 exactor 257.90. Dollar try 365.65. Dollar superfecta 3,481.25. Third race, order finish from the top down. 3 place 2, 4 place 3, 1 place 5, 6, 2 place 1, 9, 5 place 4, 8, 7. Once again from the top down after the placing 2, 3, 5, 6, 1, 9, 4, 8, 7. Field for race number 4. On parade 1, Colossal Faith, Anthony Hunt for Kyle Bossens and Martin Kepfer. Number 2 is Big Bad Mosa, Travis Henry for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. 3 is Little T, Brent McDonough for Taylor Fritz and Shen Go. 4 is Dixie by Emma, Ryan DeRoche for Jody Cullinan, A1 Stable. 5 is Southwood Maritime, Daryl Thiessen for Paul Coulter. And 6, TC Scandal, Colin Kelly for Rafael Barassa and Francois Barin. And number 7, Lions Queen, Austin Sorey for Rachel Andrew. 8 is Maryland, Jay Harris for Shane Barrington and Alan McGregor. Field of 8 for race number 4. Let's look at this field. Rob, we both wound up with Little T. One thing I am worried about, though, is the trip. If Big Bad Mosa is going to beat Little T off the gate and get the better trip, just trip handicapping this and 1 to 2 on the board, how do you think it might play out for Little T?
Yeah, I think the lineup's got to be some combination of those two. I mean, Colossal Faith is interesting from the rails too. Might try to throw her hat into the ring in the early going, but I think we saw those two line up last time. Little T following that one from the trailing post to stuff into the 2-hole. So I just thought that the trip might work out similar this time out. That's what the hope is, anyways. Little T, and last time facing a huge speed bias and just couldn't make up the ground on that one. So I think maybe she flips the script tonight. But I mean, is she really worth it at that price, Gary? 3 to 5?
No, definitely not, because I was torn in who to take here. I think it's a reasonably wide open dash, not 3 to 5 type of race. And, well, your second choice, number 6 TC Scandal, if the price stays up at 16 to 1, that might be the place where you take a shot.
Yeah, I might be forced just to actually play her on top. And I toyed with the idea of doing it. I guess for me, the problem that I had was, the last 2 efforts, obviously, we kind of went down with the ship on her, trailing post 2 back, no chance really at any point. Last time out, kind of got spun out off the gate. Like they all left to the inside of her. She got away 7th, tried a wide move. That wasn't going to work, though, when the half clicks up to 58 and 4. So it'll be interesting to see, if she can get put into play or somehow just get a better trip scenario. I think she's more than capable against this group, and you just have to go down the page and see her winning at this level and doing so consistently. So I think at 16 to 1, she's almost an automatic bet. It's almost hard not to play her at that price. Now 18 to 1, she's a odds-on favorite last time, and now you're getting a monster number this time out. Worth a play, and if it doesn't work out, you just move on to the next race.
There was a stretch at the end of last year, early this year. She was a monster, and I scored with her a bunch in a row. So, and the thing with TC Scandal, if you get that price, I mean, you might as well take a shot only because you could get out on her for your last 2 miscues, and you're all good with her. Now, number 2, Big Bad Mosa, 8 to 1, is also one that's offering a nice price considering.
Yeah, I think maybe, people are kind of playing into that factor of last time, had the pole position, got that second quarter breather, and was riding a front end bias and just giving her no respect on the odds board, because I mean she did it pretty easily in the end. She won by a comfortable margin over Little T, who got a good trip in behind her, and the discrepancy in the odds board just doesn't make sense to me right now. I thought Little T might be the one that boasts of value, and we can kind of clever in picking her to get the job done this time. Big Bad Mosa, though, offering all kinds of value at 7 to 1. I mean, there's no reason why she's not going to try to go right down the highway again tonight. So, again, the horse that you have on top sometimes ends up being the one that's not the value in the race. I think the ones underneath right now, TC Scandal just got bet down to 5 to 1, but Big Bad Mosa 6 to 1, not a bad price as well.
And Colossal Faith finished second in front of TC Scandal 2 races ago and gets the inside and can get off the gate.
Yeah, that's the key to her success, too, back. Post 3, get away in the 2-hole, maintain your position, 88 to 1. Last time, post 6, had to do a little more work in the race, finishes 5th. This time, she might get that easy journey again. If she does, she probably gets a big piece of it.
Well, we're both on Little T at even money, but, if we're really talking about it right now at this point, that's probably not where either one of us would be playing on top. At this price, where would you actually be going?
I'd probably go to TC Scandal, to be honest, at 5 to 1. I think, just thinking that, maybe she rebounds in this spot.
Yeah. And if it holds right now, I think I might be tempted to go to Big Bad Mosa, but it's either that or TC Scandal because I wouldn't want even money. Colossal Faith, Big Bad Mosa, Little T on the inside. On the center, Dixie by Emma, Southwind Maritime. The outside, TC Scandal, Lions Queen in Maryland. It's a field of 8 for race number 4. Here they come. Field for the 4th race is at the start of the rough. Big Bad Mosa, Little G, Colossal Faith, and Lions Queen, TC Scandal, Southwind Maritime. Then it is back to Dixie by Emma, and Maryland's trailing the field. Colossal Faith has got the lead. Colossal Faith, Lions Queen on the outside. Big Bad Mosa with inside position, filling the pocket, parking out Lions Queen, driving on against Colossal Faith, and then a gap of 3. Little G is 4th away. TC Scandal 5th, and then Southwind Maritime, Dixie by Emma, and trailing is Maryland, Colossal Faith, and Anthony Hahn. At 7-1 has got the lead. Lions Queen at 45-1 is lying just about 3/4 of a length off the front. Big Bad Mosa is in a good spot on the inside 3rd. Little T is racing 4th, and now TC Scandal moving up on the outside, 2nd over as the field comes on towards us. Then it's a gap of 3 or 4, and it's back to Southwind Maritime and Dixie by Emma, and Maryland is trailing off that 26-3 opening quarter. The half was a strong 55-3. And it is Colossal Faith. Big Bad Mosa's in a good spot right there and might pounce right now. Big Bad Mosa, Colossal Faith. Little T is racing 3rd, and now TC Scandal is kicking in on the outside. At the field hustles on to 3/4, and right now it is Big Bad Mosa, Colossal Faith. TC Scandal is looming from 3rd, and then Little T. And now Southwind Maritime is out 3 wide in closing. 3/4, 125-1. Southwind Maritime is flying on the outside, 4 deep. Southwind Maritime bringing TC Scandal with her. At the field turn from Big Bad Mosa on the inside. Colossal Faith and Little T on down the stretch route they come. Southwind Maritime and TC Scandal. Southwind Maritime and TC Scandal. TC Scandal's fought back. TC Scandal's going to win it. Southwind Maritime is 2nd. Big Bad Mosa and Colossal Faith 155-4. A very interesting dash, and TC Scandal at 12-1 ended up being the right play at the right price.
Yeah, we talk about it, Gary. We're locked into selections. Obviously, we'd make adjustments on the fly. We were betting our own dollars, and the horse to bet there was TC Scandal. No question about it. 12-1 is just it's an insane price. I mean, it's one of those ones that you say, well, I'm going to waltz into the weekend now after betting TC Scandal at 12-1. And you know what? This was the horse we were expecting to see the last couple of weeks. Now, this time out, trip scenario did not work out at all for her in her last 2. This time, a couple things happened. Firstly, there was pace to chase. She's got just enough speed sometimes to get herself into trouble. Colin Clay made a great decision off the gate, kind of just tucked her in, and made another great decision in the race too. When the horse first over, he kept edged out to go 2nd up, and then went back to the inside because the horse first up was pretty much done. Saved that ground there, then rolled wide. Looked like she was going to get passed, right, by the Southern Maritime, who ended up finishing 2nd, and then this one just got racing the stretch, kind of reinvigorated that competitive spirit in TC Scandal, and she wins it. 12. I don't understand the price. I kept saying that this is the night to kind of now go back to the horses that were at the bias's advantage last time. That's exactly what she was, and 12-1, monster price.
And you said if we're betting our own dollars? I don't think it's an if. I think you bet TC Scandal because I know you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes.
Yes.
Hey, listen, that's what you have to do, right? You got to take advantage of these opportunities.
You could say yes. TC Scandal back in front of his 12-year-old Charlie Barley Bay mare. TC Scandal. Colin Kelly, the winning driver, trainer Rafael Barassa. Francois Moran is the owner. It's the 5th win this year, 44th lifetime. TC Scandal, 155-4. The fourth race, wow, it's six. TC Scandal $26, 13.40 and 4.65. Southwind Maritime 12.50, 6.20 and 2. Big Bad Mosa $3. $2 Exactor 250, 3.50. Dollar Try $500, $7. Dollar Superfective 1,550, 30. Fourth race. Order of finish from the top down. 436 52187. That's 436 52187. Field 4 race number 5 is on parade. One smoking hot dude. JB run over Julie Walker and Teresa Davidson and Dr. Terry Fried. Number 2 is Hank the Hunk, Daryl Cheeson for Jake Conklin and Joyce Jones. Number 3 is Twin B player Samuel Fillion for Gerard Demarais and Helene Fillion. And number 5 is Island Attitude, Travis Henry for Chris Haskell and Don Schuldeis. Number 6, Clint's Vet, Cullen Kelly for Tim Myers and Valpar Stables. 7, Highland Hot Sauce, Brett McDonough for Michelle Bowen. Scratched is 8. 9 is Monsieur Chow. Dustin Jones drives and trains and partners with Reseda Racing. And 4, Sunny Beach Boy, Jay Harris for Jerry Duford and Homestretch Holdings and Lloyd and Barbara Tiley. Field of 8 for race number 5. We'll get a look at this featuring the Super High 5, but just a quick comment that we should be also thinking already ahead for the Big 5 starting in race 6 because there'll be a carryover.
There will be a carryover. A little sickening for yours truly, that 3-horse photo where you were, of course, were correct, Gary, and calling somewhere in Tuscany. If only one of those other 2 horses had won that race, and the photo with that one, I'd be alive right now in the pick 5, but oh well, c'est la vie. We are still alive for a 20-cent pick 4, though, on Clint's Vex. It's paying 3 at a 4, so those big prices have wreaked havoc in those multi-leg wagers tonight.
And Clint's Vet was the obvious one to go with here. I think that qualifier is pretty good.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and also we saw some good efforts from Clint's Vet already, and was the one that looked like he was going to get the better of St. Lad's Criminal. I mean, briefly in those races, and then obviously got run down by a real good one that's gone on to win 6 in a row and has just looked incredible on the racetrack. So no shame in defeat to that rival, and then did have a race where he got beat by obviously got distanced as at Clinton in an OSS grassroots event. Came back to qualify like he was no worse for wear, though, and I just looked at that qualifier and said, you know what, that might be good enough to emerge victorious in here, and really was much the best of the rest in each of those previous efforts here at the River. So he's hard to go against, no doubt about it. Even money, no surprise, he's getting hammered on the board.
I wished I would have been wrong in that photo because I'd love to see you still alive here. Highland Hot Sauce, though, is one that I knew you were going to be alive on, and here 9 to 1. That's a price that could certainly get your interest.
Yeah, it is, because I think it's just really because meeting up against Clint's Vet in here, because that last race, I mean, I think others saw it as well. It was a real tricky trip throughout, got kind of doubled up, caught inside, and then tried to move outside, ran into some more traffic, and closed up really nicely to be third to Bold Bet, who I'm pretty fond of later on in the card. So I think that this one, there's definitely some talent there, and we mentioned it, like last time. You got a 5-year-old making his lifetime debut on July 14th, just 2 starts ago, and you're thinking, okay, well, there's got to be something there, right, to bring a horse out and wait for a horse this long at the age of 5. So 10 to 1 on the board right now. I like his chances underneath. Just hard for me to go against Clint's Vet.
Number 4, Sunny Beach Boy at 11 to 1, and has gate speed, and I can see exactly what you're liking here. Of course, that start 2 races ago.
Yeah, two races ago, kind of gave a bigger challenge to Bold Bet. Last time had no answer for him at all, but you still got to respect that speed, right? He can blast out of there 27-3. Not many others in here can do that. So I think that just on the tactical advantage of being on the engine or near it is going to put him into the mix here. So 11 to 1's a price where I don't think he can win, but I think he can definitely land somewhere underneath. So I wouldn't be leaving him off any of the exotics, Exactor, Try, and Super.
And 5, Island Attitude is one that's been off a while, but certainly there's some things to like on the paper.
Yeah, strong connections. The qualifier's a decent one at Clinton. For me, you overbet a little bit, right? Horse, it's missed that kind of time, 7 to 2, but maybe that's a good thing. Lots of money coming in. I didn't see that one being the second choice in here.
Would you be willing to take Clint's Vet at 4 to 5, or would you move off and go to Highland Hot Sauce if it was to hold?
I mean, I'd probably put a little bet on Highland Hot Sauce, but I think Clint's Vest could be really tough to beat.
And certainly that measuring stick of St. Lad's Criminal that's such an enormous measuring stick. Smoking Hot Dude and Hank the Hunk with Twinbee Player on the inside. Sunny Beach Boy and Island Attitude. To the outside, Clint's Vet, Highland Hot Sauce, and the second tier, Monsieur Chow. It's a field of 9 for race number 5. There at the start of the rough, Sunny Beach Boy, Clint's Vet, Island Attitude, Smoking Hot Dude, Highland Hot Sauce is into the front 5, and then Monsieur Chow as they work on around the turn. Then it is Hank the Hunk, and on the outside, Twinbee Player. But it's Clint's Vet who's able to grab the lead. Island Attitude racing second. Sunny Beach Boys position third as they work on towards that opening quarter. And Smoking Hot Dude is racing position fourth, and then Highland Hot Sauce, Monsieur Chow. Then we've got Hank the Hunk, and trailing the field is Twinbee Player. Clint's Vet is 1-5 on the board. 28-4 the opening quarter. Island Attitude racing second right now, Sunny Beach Boy third, Smoking Hot Dude, Highland Hot Sauce as they race off the turn is fifth as they come on towards us, and Clint's Vet up at 28-4, opening quarter now is looking at a second panel breather with no one challenging, and the halftime 58-1, 29-2 second split. Island Attitude is racing second. Now Smoking Hot Dude will work on the outside, and on the inside, Sunny Beach Boy. Highland Hot Sauce is racing fifth, and now we'll step to the outside. Half of 58-1, they head on toward three quarters, and then it is back to Monsieur Chow. It is Clint's Vab. He's got a lead of a couple of lengths. Clint's Vab on the inside. Island Attitude to the outside. Smoking Hot Dude. Sunny Beach Boy fourth. Highland Hot Sauce is fifth and not advancing right now. Three quarters, 126-4. And Clint's Vab has a lead of a couple of lengths. Highland Attitude chasing. Smoking Hot Dude. Sunny Beach Boy. And then Highland Hot Sauce out three wide. Clint's Vab on the outside. Island Attitude. Clint's Vab and Island Attitude as they come on down the stretch drive. Clint's Vab is dug in on the inside. Island Attitude is a good chasing second. Then third, Sunny Beach Boy. Then Highland Hot Sauce was fourth, and Hank the Hunk fifth. 155-1. Clint's Vet, I think, just about exactly what we thought he might do. And, 1-5 tells the story.
It does. You know, one of those ones where right off the gate, you know, he's going to be tough to beat. He was run down by the likes of St. Lad's Criminal. None of those in here. And, you know, well, maybe, you know, Island Attitude did make a little bit of a charge late there. It was never in doubt, right, at 1-5. And the money came late. You know, I was thinking, you know, 4-5 might be a little generous on Clint's Vet in here, especially the way that the multis were bet in this one. But that price obviously plunged down to 1-5 late, Gary.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Island Attitude, and did end up being 6-1, the only thing that would have taken some people away on this one, because we knew it's a good horse, just been off since February.
Yeah, been off since February. You know, the money certainly suggests that, you know, you see a horse kind of take actions throughout the sequence. I mean, you might see odd flashes here when horses take a little bit of money, but it took solid support throughout the betting sequence. You'd have to think this one's going to come out ready to play, and had shown some credentials before. Landed the 2-hole. I mean, that's a garden spot, right, behind a big favorite like Clint's Vet, and certainly delivered, and much the best of the rest. So one to watch for next time, no doubt about it. Sunny Beach Boy, kind of a different approach tonight, and ends up rounding out the trifecta.
Well, you had the right three underneath Clint's Vet, not in the correct order, but it was the right ones, the 4, 5, and 7.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Highland Hot Sauce was the one I was trying to get underneath at a bigger price, and I'll probably come back to that one again. Kind of liked his delayed move today. You know, got on the pylons, and I would have liked to see him kind of advance into third late. He kind of disappointed me there, but still ended up at least getting into fourth at 19-1.
It's a 6-5-4-7-2 top 5 with Clint's Vet, the winner at 1-5. Coming back in front of us is number 6, Clint's Vet, a 3-year-old all bets off Brown Gelding, owned by Valpar Stables, trained by Tim Myers. Colin Kelly is the winning driver. Second win this year in lifetime for Clint Svat. 155-1, a new career best. And out trackside, we have the group from Prince Arthur Masonic Lodge, 334 Ladies Night Out. The fifth race payouts: 6 Clint Svat, 270, 220, 210. 5 Island Attitude, 360, 284. Sunny Beach Boy, 260. The exactor numbers 6 and 5 on a $2 ticket, 1970. Dollar try, 1770. Dollar pick 3, 3 of 3, 996.40. Dollar win for 353.55. Note the dollar high five, 392.10. And note the carryover on the pick 5 is $6,497.46. $6,497.46 carried over. Fifth race order finish in the top 658-321 4 scratch 7. That's 658-321 4 scratch 7 on the bottom.
No one could crack the code to the early pick 5 on this fantastic Friday at Grand River Raceway. What does that mean? Well, we have an instant carryover right here into race 6, the late pick 5. Carryover is just under $6,500. Takeout's always a low 15%, and the pool's been guaranteed at $10,000. A wagering opportunity you do not want to miss out on. Let's quickly take a look at the way I see this sequence. And for me, I'm starting off with a single. I'm going to have a couple singles in the sequence, but I had mentioned earlier that I was quite fond of one here in race number 6. It's a 3 bold bet because moving up in class, but the last 2 victories were so good. Combined winner of over 6 lengths over those 2 efforts, trailing post victory last time and did so in fine fashion. So I'm willing to come right back to this one, even though he's stepping up in class, singling the 3 bold bet right here. Race number 7 using the 1, 2, and 5. The 1 Murray is watching. Much better effort last time getting forwardly placed, but really you can't take much away from his last 3, really hitting the board on each of those. Wall Street Bell, speed from post 2, and up Joey's credit off a big performance at Rito Carlton. So 3 deep there for me. Race number 8, 2 deep with the 2 and 5. Still waiting for Moonwatcher to kind of get back to his old ways. Maybe it happens tonight. Race number 9, singling the 2 American Ticket. Looks like a real soft spot for that one. Last time here at the River was in the top condition class. Now moving down a notch inside post. I think we're going to see her roused early by Travis Henry. Race 10, that was the one I thought we might see a price in. I'm using 6 horses in there. I believe the 3 Shamar's Lady Havoc has been scratched, but I've got the 1, 2, 5, 6, and 9. And I think that's a race you might want to go deep. And there is some logical horses on the inside of the gate, but not a lot of early pace from those ones. So I'm willing to spread out in that race right there. So $6 for a 20-cent wager for my ticket. See what Conley has in store for us as we quickly approach post time here. He's singling up in the 3 here as well, so he's in agreement. The 3 bold bet 2-1 right now. I'd be surprised if that price holds. So I thought this one raced impressively enough to see this one go out there and triple up, moving up in class. I think we might see a lower price come post time. 1, 3, and 5 for him in race number 7. We're kind of on the same page there. 2 and 5 in race 8, exact same 2 horses that I like. Me and Conley in agreement so far. 1, 5, and 7 in race 9. So he's got a different one in there in Maddie's credit. I kind of faded that one, thinking that maybe she rode the bias last time. He's got the 1, 5 in the finale, $7.20. But there they are, folks. Just like that, they're coming out onto the track for race number 6. Again, it's an instant carryover of nearly $6,500 into this late pick 5, guaranteed pool $10,000, low takeout 15%. You don't want to miss out on this. Map out your winning wagers now. We'll be back in just a moment. Take a closer look at race number 6.
Field on parade for the 6th, the Block 3 Brewing Pace 1. Tiganello, Travis Henry for Sean Stacy and Hudson Standardbrands. And number 2, there's something going on. Bo Brown for Jennifer Brown and Hunter Holton and Charles Symes. And number 3 is bold bet Jason Run for Ken Royce Scaife. Number 4 is Chief Corleone, Lauren House for Jack Moisev and High Stakes Incorporated. 5 is PL Quicksand, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuis. Note that number 6 is Aussie the Second, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble just joining us now. Field of 6 for race number 6 and Rob Bold Bet 6 to 5, and could be falling even further. I think Bold Bet is definitely one here, and so do you.
Yeah, I thought that we're going to see odds on this horse. I really did. I know that this is a tougher spot for Bold Bet, but just thoroughly impressed with both the last two efforts. And last time out, trailing post to work from got away fourth off the gate, did have a little bit of pace to chase, but when he made his move at them, it was pretty easy on the end, right? It was three and a half expanding lengths and 56-1. And the start before that, we'd mentioned earlier, Sunny Beach Boy was one that they kind of battled for a bit, but you could see by body language wasn't really much of a battle, and that the war was going to go to Bold Bets. So I thought that you got a horse right now who's won two in a row, should be brimming with confidence, scoring down nicely right now for Jason Ryan, and I think that for me, I'd want to just single up on this one in this late pick five. People sometimes say to me, "Oh well, now there's a carryover, Rob. Now does that mean you're going to spend more?" Not really. I mean, I don't believe in that. I believe you've got to back your opinion, and maybe I bet my ticket for more of a denomination. I'm not going to really spread out just because there's a carryover. I'm going to stick to my guns.
Number 5, PL Quicksand, second last time out. Well beaten second, but certainly no shame when you look at the winner.
No, there isn't at all. I mean, St. Lad's Criminal, we just saw a horse that went out there and absolutely dominated his foes, who had been recently racing against St. Lad's Criminal and getting beat by margin to that one. And here's another one. Got beat by just more than 6 lengths last time out at this level. It looks like a horse that hits the board with frequency, right? 6 of 11 this year. Was a winner just two back in this class. Now I don't think had to face the likes of Bold Bet, who now is getting bet right down to 3 to 5. But I did think this was like kind of the most likely challenger, right? I mean, he's already been acclimated to the class, whereas Bold Bet's making his first start at this level. So if you're looking for one that might have a little more seasoning, obviously has more experience, maybe it's PL Quicksand. 9 to 2 is not the worst price in the world, but for me, I'm willing to kind of just walk the tightrope with Bold Bet.
Number 4, Chief Corleone, back in April, just crushed a field at Flamboronometers at 2. Things haven't gone as well since.
Yeah, if you remember, I think I'm pretty sure I took him against St. Let's Criminal two back. I think I did, which was just really foolish. I think I was getting creative, trying to make something happen that night. Is picked up a piece in that one, and this is now going to be fourth consecutive start with Lasix. So I mean, when you look at that, I mean, I always think horses typically get better the more starts they have on that medication, and there's something there. He showed it before. Is he going to set up a win tonight? I think that might be a big ask, but I think he can land somewhere in the exotics. I guess for me, if I was going to use more than just Bold Bet, it would likely just be the 3 and 5. But yeah, Chief Corleone's one I'd use in the exotics for sure.
The thing with number 2, there's something going on. I'm not quite sure to make because you do see some really nice things if you look further down the page. And the qualifier is good, but there's something else going on there.
Yeah, there is, and it's a great segue. For me, I looked at him and said, he's kind of Jekyll and Hyde, right? Like you see these lines there that you'd say, wow, if he's coming off those wins at Mohawk Park, you'd be pretty excited to back him at 5 to 1 in here. I understand the 2 to 1 morning line just based on maybe his mile times and what he's shown in the past, but it's pretty hard to get behind one that on the vetless short term two back getting distanced and before that made a break in stride. Qualifier is a good one though, right? 54-4. The dance number led the whole way there, and you think that that should make him competitive against this group. I put him in the exotics, but I'd have to watch him maybe one or two more times before I'd be willing to put him again, in the winner's circle. So for me, Gary, it's Bold Bet. Even money right now, I'm happy to just single him and try to find some prices later on.
You know who I went to third on my ticket is One Tignalo. You go back to last summer, July the 7th, grassroots, and wired a field at 54-1 as a 2-year-old and came home really flying in that one. Kind of been off form. That started Clinton last race, well, an early break, and you saw the race at Clinton.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about that was, I was intrigued to see how he'd race in that one. He ends up finishing second, but keep in mind there was a mishap in the stretch, right? Horses got tangled up, an accident happened, unfortunate part of the game, and then this one ended up being second, kind of just ended up being by default, I guess, in the end, right? It was a long way back from the actual the winner in the race. So for me, yeah, he's another one that's kind of a tough nut to crack for me because you're right. There's some ability there, and I mean, raced at the OSS Gold level last season. So for me, I had to see him at least one more time before I could get behind him. But 9-2, rail control. I just don't know how aggressive he'd be handled tonight coming into this off a miscue.
The other thing too, when you get a trainer like Sean Stacy or any of these trainers that have quite a track record, they put a horse in the gold. They have a pretty fair idea how a horse just well, what is a horse.
Yeah, no, for sure. And listen, I have the utmost respect for Sean Stacy, and obviously a barn that I'm sure will be tinkering to kind of find out how do we get this one back to what he's capable of, right? Those races at Mohawk Park again, he kind of got outrun in most of them. I guess you'd say, listen, no matter what, you finish second on OSS grassroots race, you're trending in the right direction. And obviously, rail control tonight should only help his chances.
And just while we're talking, just a moment here, that pick 5 that you said you don't really change your strategy. You did fan out in the 10th race, and if you're looking at the 10th race, that's a perfect race to fan out because somewhere along the way, you're hoping at least in one race to fan out because you're hoping not to get one of the obvious horses, and especially if there's a carryover. The 10th race is the place to maybe not get, an obvious horse in there, and there's 8 in there, and there's at least 5 or 6 that you could say that's not a shock if they win.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was the wide open kind of race in the sequence, and you're right. You've got to get horses beat. The whole key in the sequence is getting horses beat. Right? You get Bold Bet beat here, it's going to pay, which I'm hoping doesn't happen because I singled them. But in race 10, when you're looking at the program, your eyes immediately go to the inside, and you see, people look at morning lines, 5-2, 2-1. But both horses have ability. But both horses are also horses that don't typically race on the engine or race up close. Maybe they will tonight. But I figured if you get one of those two beat, it's going to pay in there. And just like, I think there's Moonwatcher might be kind of the key to it for me. I know I'm enamored with the horse and probably have rose-colored glasses for him, but in race 8, Moonwatcher, I think, is going to just keep now started getting overlooked until he wins again. I think he could kind of, make the sequence interesting. Maybe one like, Wall Street Bell in race number 7, because, there's some obvious ones in there. Again, you're looking to get a favorite or two beat. You don't have to get all the favorites beat. Just get a couple of the favorites beat in the sequence, and this thing will pay.
Of course, you're hoping that the favorite here doesn't get beaten, and that favorite is the one we both have, 3 Bold Bet. And I think at 6-5, we wouldn't be jumping off, would you? Well, I think there's your answer. No. Bold Bet, 6-5 on the board. Tignalo, and there's something going on the inside. In the center, Bold Bet and Chief Corleone. To the outside, PL Quicksand and Aussie the second. It's a field of 6 for race number 6. Here they come. Field for the 6th race. Into the stretch drive. Bold Bet will blast out. Tignalo on the inside of Peel Quicksand. There's something going on. Then it is back to Chief Corleone. And Aussie the second is back trailing the field. Tignalo's got the lead. Bold Bet on the outside, though, wants to press on. Bold Bet on the outside is going to drive up and take the front from Tignalo. There's something going on. He's currently going on from third. Peel Quicksand, and then back to Chief Corleone. And Aussie the second is trailing the field. They race past the opening quarter, 28-2. It's Bold Bet at even money who has the lead for Jason Ryan. Tignalo racing position second. There's something going on his third. Then Peel Quicksand, Chief Corleone, and Aussie the second. 6 in a line as they race off the turn. No one wants to pull against Bold Bet, who leads them up towards the half off a 28-2 opening quarter. In search of a second panel breather. Tignalo is second. There's something going on. He's still going on from third. It is Bold Bet, half of 59, a 30-3 second panel breather. And Bold Bet as they race on into the backstretch. Tignalo second. There's something going on third. Then Peel Quicksand and Chief Corleone. And then it is back to Aussie the second. But Bold Bet is racing boldly down the backstretch to three-quarters and has a lead of 3. Tignalo is second. There's something going on. Now is going to the outside and is trying to come on. And then Peel Quicksand, Chief Corleone, and Aussie the second. It is Bold Bet, three-quarters, 127 and 3, a 28 and 3 third pedal, trying to get away on the field, but Tignalo hasn't gone away. It's a length and a half back. Bold Bet, Tignalo at 4 to 1 as they come on down the stretch. Right, Bold Bet on the inside. Tignalo on the outside is chasing, but Bold Bet as they come to the finish. Tignalo is closing. It is tight. Tignalo just might have gotten Bold Bet. It is close between them. Then Peel Quicksand and Aussie the second. 155 and 4 off a half of 59. Tignalo might have gotten by, Rob.
Yeah, I never dreamed in a million years that he would get beat off that half in 59, but you can see he just kind of gives away late, right? Maybe kind of waiting on that one to come to him, and it kind of looked like he stepped away for a moment, but then, man, oh man, big push late from Tignalo.
Yeah, I think he does get by. And the thing we talked about Tignalo is just not sure what to make of it. You see it, I mentioned last year, grassroots win. Sean Stacey put this one in the gold, and you see this one flying at the finish. And you see how much ground he was making at the finish. Like, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he did, and they were banging home too, right? It wasn't like they were crawling home at all. That they came home in 28 and 1, and I would have thought that was enough, right, to get Bold Bet into the winner's circle. You know what? Right away, at the off the gate when this one kind of pushed out of there, as we knew he would, but when he lands a 2-hole, he's going to be dangerous, right? Like you said, connections in the whole bit, and set a perfect trip to Bold Bet and got him right in the end. Like I said, 59 half. I didn't dream in a million years that he'd get beat, but it wasn't like he got beat by not racing well. 55 and 4 is a big mile.
No, when you get beaten like that, you gave it a strong effort. You really have to hand it to Tignalo because that's working strongly against the bias.
Yeah, it was. Well, still getting a 2-hole trip, right? There's no better trip than that. But at the end of the day, Bold Bet, it certainly looked like he was going to, kick on and win there. And it wasn't a matter of him stopping. It was a matter of this one coming forward, that lunge at the wires. So no worse from the, the break and stride last time. Nice victory here. Peel Quicksand rounding it out in third, but the story of the race was the 2 horses that came to the wire together.
And we kick off the pick 5 already with the price, and not just the price, but the favorite out of it. Tignalo back in front of us. Thrilled all bets off. Bay Colt owned by Hudson Standardbreds. Sean Stacey, the trainer. Travis Henry, the winning driver. First win this year. Second lifetime Tignalo. 155 and 4. The 6th race payouts 1 Tignalo, 10-10, 380, 270, 3 Bold Bet, 230, 210. 5 Peel Quicksand, $250, $2 exactor, $20, $240, try, $22, $15, super, $70. The sixth race or her finish from the top, 152,634. That's 152,634.
We had over $13,000 of new money pumped into that late pick five with that carryover and, of course, the guarantee. So thanks for the support on that wager. Should be a real nice pool and a nice start to it, too, if you're alive. In the favorite beat, I always say if you get the favorites beat, that's what will make it pay. But it's time for the late pick four. Get started right here. And race number 7 takeout is always a low 15%. And not going to deviate from my pick five this time around. There's the ticket right there. 1, 2, and 5 for me in this one. Murray's watching is one I think you have to have on the ticket. The 2 Wall Street Bells, one that might, wake up now with Lasix. Thought that one might have some potential here. 30 to 1 on the board on that one. That's a big price. And the 5 up Joey's Credit. Twin Nation last time just didn't have it. Even money right now, the money's coming for him, and I couldn't go there based on the last performance. Disappointed at 6-5. Race number 8, the 2 and 5 for me. Arts Alive, I think, is a logical one, but Moonwatcher, I think is going to rebound at some point, right back to the winner's circle, and might as well be tonight when going up against a smaller field. He's a versatile type, can race from anywhere. Right, race 9, going to single up on the 2 American ticket. Inside post to work from this, an easy spot for her. She is a speedster. When that is the game plan, I think it will be exactly that tonight. Going to single up on her last leg. We're spreading out deep. 1, 2, 5, 6, and 9. The 3 has been scratched out of that one. Burger's still going 5 deep. I think a race where you can get the favorites beat, maybe get a price down, $6 for a 20-cent ticket for my pick 4. And we'll take a look at Conley's now. There's Conley's ticket. No singles for Conley. Conley's going 1, 3, and 5 here in the opening leg, and we're kind of on the same page there, except I'm using the 2 Wall Street Bell instead of the 3 Twin Bee Nation. 2 and 5 in race 8 for him. We're exactly the same there. Race 9, he's not using American ticket. He's going 3 deep with the 1, 5, and 7, leaving that one right off his ticket. And in race 10, the 1 and 5, 2 that I do have in my wide assortment, $7.20 for Conley's ticket. But just a minute or so until it'll be coming out onto the track for race number 7. You want to get your winning wagers mapped out for the late pick 4. Low take, it's always 15%. Back in just a few moments to take a closer look at the upcoming dash.
Fans, a driver change in race 9. 1, Sports Duchess. The driver will be Samuel Filion. Race 9, 1, Sports Duchess, Samuel Filion. Field 4, race 7. On parade 1, Murray's watching. Travis Henry for Robert Kyle Fellows in M&S Racing. Number 2, Wall Street Bell. Samuel Fillion for Blake McIntosh and Hunt Racing and Ozzie McKay. Number 3 is Twin Bee Nation. Anthony Hunt for Luke Blaine. Determination. Number 4, Come On Artie. Jay Hamrus for Brett Lester and Diane Silvestri. 5 is Up Joey's Credit. Colin Kelly for Jacob Roberts and James Woods. 6, Control the Smile. Bruce Richardson for Brent Dunbar and Dorothy Dunbar. And number 7, Brookdale Seb. Jason Ryan for Gerard Demers and Dwayne Solaire. It's a field of 7. It's race number 7. Starts the late pick 4. And, well, Rob, 5 Up Joey's Credit. I'll tell you, that last race at Rito Carlton is kind of jumping off the page now at me.
It does jump off the page. That, when you look at the program, it's kind of the first thing you kind of scan it top to bottom. You see a mile where the horse goes out there, just absolutely crushes on the engine. 52 and 2. I mean, it's a big mile. I know it's obviously a faster track, 5/8 of a mile surface, but it's still a mile there, and you can see the splits too, 26 and 4 to the quarter, and then still, huge third quarter, 27 and 3, and shutting down on the end of it at 28 and 2 to convert as the favorite. And we've seen Jacob Roberts, right, have all kinds of success with his horses here at the River, and this one looks pretty good on the track right now too. I thought there'd be a lot of support for Up Joey's Credit because usually people kind of get enamored with the time, and they see that time and they jump all over it, but not happening right now, Gary. 4-1.
Well, of course, people also saw Murray's Watching race here, and especially that start July the 7th. I thought Murray's Watching was really impressive to me. That was such a gutty effort and got the job done. And Murray's Watching, the last couple were okay too. I mean, overall, I thought he's been really impressive.
Yeah, you know what? The last 3 races are kind of a cool sequence for Murray's Watching because you're right. July 7th, he did not get a rest in that race at all. I mean, the line looks like, you look at it, it looks like you got a 2-hole trip popped out and won. Not the way it played out at all. He battled early. He took down. He then battled again. Really had no right to win the trip that he went, and he still won by half a length of 60 cents to the dollar. Needed probably a softer trip next time out. That's what he got before coming from out the pace to be third. And last time got beat by Crazy World, who was on fire. I mean, that was an incredible performance from Crazy World, and this horse raced really well in defeat. So 4-5, I think, still too short. I do. I thought that this race kind of, you can make a case out for the inside 5 in here, really. And I think 4-5 is too short, but would I be surprised if he won? Absolutely not.
Wall Street Bell answered the bell a couple times last year. It's been kind of quiet this year for Wall Street Bell, but one that you could use maybe get on has gate speed, inside post.
Yeah, inside post speed and Lasix. This is interesting now, right? For a horse that you see a lot of leaving out of there, getting away well, and maybe not finishing off their miles. Lasix, can help that. And I'm thinking that, that's kind of the angle you can go on with Wall Street Bell here. If not on top, definitely in the exotics, right? Because we always say tactical speed is so important here at the River. And I know in each of his last 3, he's only got a smaller share here. But I think that, the last 2, forwardly placed, faded to 4th, wasn't beaten all that much 2 back. I don't know. I'm intrigued by using this one underneath. 17-1 looks like a decent price. Might be able to spice up the exotics.
Number 3, Twin Bee Nation, is kind of one that's been a little bit inconsistent, but his best game is good enough to win in here, and he races for a barn that certainly knows how to win.
Yeah, best game, I think, could put him in the winner's circle. The problem is last time just didn't look comfortable at any point. Kind of stumbly off the gate and got away 4th, went to the outside, and you could see he had no life at all. At no point did he really come forward. For a horse that was 6-5, I mean, you could see Crazy World was much the best in there. I just couldn't come back to him because of that. He took all kinds of early money tonight. I could not come back to him off that last effort.
You have to be loving the tote board because Up Joey's Credit just did not get the kind of action so far. 7-2 went up. Murray's Watching at 3-5. Licking your chops there, Rob?
Well, I mean, I think he's worth a play at 7-2. That price to me is way too high.
And Murray's Watching, the opposite direction, way too low, although he is my top pick. Murray's watching. With Wall Street Bell on the inside on the center, Twin B Nation, come on Artie, and up Joey's Credit to the outside, Control the Smile, and Brookdale Seb. Field of 7, race number 7. Here they come. Giddy up. And the field for the 7th race. Gathering speed, approaching the starts. And the rough. Murray's watching. Wall Street Bell. Up Joey's Credit. Twin B Nation and Come on Artie. Then Control the Smile and Brookdale 7. The field charges around that first turn. Murray's watching. 1 to 2 on the board. Has the lead right now. Wall Street Bell second. Up Joey's Credit. Got away third. Then it is Twin B Nation. Come on Artie. Back to Control the Smile and Brookdale 7. Murray's watching. 1 to 2 on the board. Leads past the quarter. They got to the opening quarter with Murray's watching on top. And opening quarter 27-3. Wall Street Bell second. Up Joey's Credits on the inside third. Then Twin B Nation, Come on Artie. Well back, Control the Smile and Brookdale Seb. Murray's watching with no one on the outside, is looking for a breather. Off that solid 27-3 opening quarter. Wall Street Bell is on the inside, racing position second. And then still on the inside is Up Joey's Credit, is going to be Twin B Nation to work first over. And Come on Artie's on the outside. Then Control the Smile and Brookdale Seb. 56-4 halftime. 29-1 second panel. It's Murray's watching. Wall Street Bell. Twin B Nation on the outside. Come on Artie is spotted second over. And Up Joey's Credit is on the inside. Then Brookdale Seb and Control the Smile. Murray's watching is right now being watched on a lead of a length by Twin B Nation on the outside. And then Wall Street Bell. Come on Artie is coming on a little bit closer. And Up Joey's Credit is racing fifth and trying to find a spot to go. And then it is back to Brookdale Seb and Control the Smile. 125 and 1/3. Murray's watching. Twin B Nation. Wall Street Bell. Up Joey's Credit is wheeled out and Come on Artie on the outside. On down the stretch. Rather they come. Murray's watching. Murray's watching. We'll watch that one in the winner circle shortly. And then Twin B Nation, Come on Artie. And Wall Street Bell. Murray's watching. 154-2. Post position 1 got the front. It was a legitimate half of 56-4, but just kept on going, Rob.
Yeah, he did. I mean, and he's been racing well. Like you mentioned, Gary, the last few efforts have all been good ones, and obviously that last victory was one where he really withstood a huge battle. This time out, it has to do a lot of work again. 56-4 to the half. Got a challenge from Twin B Nation, who raced a lot better this time. I mean, we'll say that Twin B Nation, from week to week, definitely stepped up his game, but could not get the better of Murray's watching, who comes out with another big effort. Now 2 wins in his last 4 and hit the board in each of those efforts.
And watching the slow motion there, if you're looking at Colin Kelly with Up Joey's Credit, that might be one you still keep an eye on for next start, because kind of had nowhere to go.
No, nowhere to go at all. And you could see, we always talk about the 3-hole, right? When you get away in the 3-hole, it's a tough spot to be in, because you either go first up and it's going to maybe be a long night, or you get buried. And I mean, I think that we can jump on that one next time for sure. Not take nothing away from Murray's watching. It might not have mattered anyways. He was really good tonight. But I'd put him on the watch list for next time. And Wall Street Bell, one that I thought was worth using underneath in the exotics at a price. I mean, I thought, did what he's been doing, recently. Second start Lasix might even help him a little bit more, but was able to get on the bottom of the super at 25-1.
Twin B Nation finishing second. That was solid. I did have the exactor of 1 and 3. I got away with not using Up Joey's Credit. Actually, it was probably an oversight. Looking at it now, it was more just that I got lucky that the trip didn't work out for Up Joey's Credit, and that would be on my watch list. 1, 3, 4, 2 is the top 4. Back in front of us, 1 Murray's watching, a 3-year-old. He's watching Bay Gelding, owned by M&S Racing, trained by Robert Kyle Fellows. Travis Henry, the winning driver. Second win this year, 4th lifetime. Murray's watching, 154-2. The seventh race payouts: one Murray's Watching, $3 to 32.10. Three Twin B Nation, 462.50. Four Come on Artie, 370. $2 exact rate, $40. Prize, 17.20. Dollar Super, 78.35. The seventh race. Order of finish from the top down: 1, 4, 2, 3, 5, 7, 6. That's 1, 4, 2, 3, 5, 7, 6 on the bottom. Field for the 8th on parade. One River Cruise, Brian McDonald for Richard Moreau and Nora Parks. Number 2 is Arts Alive. It's Jason Ryan for Dwayne Marfisi and David Jarvis. Number 3, Tactical Sealster, Samuel Fillion for Gerard Demers and Jean-Roch Meroy. For Shanghai Kai, Lauren House for Scott McNiven, Kimberly McNiven, and Donald Douglas. 5 Moonwatcher, Dan Meegans for Janice Van Nest. And number 7, Liberty Royal, Travis Henry for Vicky Craig. And Ross Family Farms scratched a 6 pay line. Field of 6 for race number 8 starts the late pick 3. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, before we do, though, something I got to get off my chest. I'm going to be angry old get off my lawn guy here for a second. You might even know where I'm going with this. And this is not a swipe at Russ Gorley, who does our programs, because he does a great job with all the programs at different tracks that I've been calling at over the years. So this is a technical issue beyond his problem. But you notice in race 8 we have a different graphic set, a type set, than all of the other races. Whoever designed this page, giant thumbs down. You failed font school, buddy. Now that I've gotten that off my chest, you know who gets a thumbs up from you? Moonwatcher, 6 to 5.
He usually does. I didn't know you were so picky on your fonts, Gary. That's good, though. It's good to know. I'll make sure I always watch my P's and Q's when I'm sending you something in the right font. But no, Moonwatcher. Listen, last 2, obviously, a lot of work to do 2 back. That was missing a little bit of time between starts. Finished 8, never a chance in it. Last time out, same kind of scenario. Wasn't as far back, but no chance the way the race panned out. The half was 58 and 1, 30 and 1 second quarter breather. And I just thought that tonight, shorter field to work against, and we might see him get back to his winning ways. I mean, he was racking up the victories. We thought he might not lose again at this level until he did. But tonight, I think he gets back to his winning ways, and the support has come for him since the betting opened. He's 6 to 5 right now, and it's been all Moonwatcher on the odds board.
Number 2, Arts Alive. I feel a lot better now. And I'd feel even better if Arts Alive would win, because I took this one on top, but I'm kind of thinking that I'm probably wrong, because Moonwatcher has been so good. But you know what? If it's not Moonwatcher, then Arts Alive certainly looks like the logical one.
No, I think so. I think Arts Alive actually, when you look at the race on paper, right font or wrong font, he's kind of the one you gravitate towards, right? He's been racing in the OSS Grassroots last time, or OSS Grassroots starters last time against a solid group. Finished a good 4th after starting from the 10 hole, and before that, it was the beaten favorite, but didn't race all that poorly. So I think that if he goes out there and minds his manners, that's the start of it, right? Last time racing here, he made a break in stride, but he has post 2 this time as opposed to post 7. So I think that he is a win candidate in here, but I think if Moonwatcher brings his A game, he's racing for second.
Rob, when you get older, you need all the help to be able to see things, because you can only have so strong a strength of prescription on your reading glasses. 3 Tactical Sealster is one that I can read on the page, was a winner last time out.
He was, and he's 5 for 15 now, and was kind of racking up the victories. He won 3 in a row, back in May and early June, and then was a winner here by a nose on the engine, June 23rd. Softer spot, but not. This isn't really, I guess, out of his reach. But I guess if he can go out there and kind of continue to progress, we'd say. And again, speedster. So you got to like that about him. And he's going to be going forward off the gate. I think him and Arts Alive will both be going forward off the gate. 7 to 2 is not a bad price, but I think he's probably playing for the bottom end of the exotics tonight. Mostly trying super for me.
A couple of times I've tried Shanghai Kai farther up on the ticket, but tonight I left him right off. But at least you used him on the bottom. I've loved him in the past, but I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, he did okay coming off the pace last time, 27 to 4 in the end of it. Usually he's a kind of go all you can go early and see what you can get type of horse. Not sure that works out tonight though, with a couple of speed horses right to his inside. He might have to take a seat and to see what he can get in the end of it.
It's a field of 6 for race number 8 as they are taking up their positions. Gate is rolling. River Cruise and Arts Alive on the inside. Tactical Sealster and Shanghai Kai to the outside. Moonwatcher, Liberty Royal. Field of 6, race number 8. Approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the 8th race is at the start of the rough. And Arts Alive and River Cruise, Tactical Sealster, Moon Watcher, Shanghai Kai, and Liberty Royal. They work on around the turn. And Arts Alive is alive early, takes the lead. River Cruise is second, Tactical Sealster third. Moon Watcher relaxed away fourth, and then Shanghai Kai. And Liberty Royal is trailing the field. Arts Alive is 3-5 on the board and leads as they race on to the opening quarter. River Cruise is second, Tactical Sealster third, and Moon Watcher is fourth. Then it is Shanghai Kai and Liberty Royal. They work their way past the opening quarter with Arts Alive on a lead of about a length and 3/4. River Cruise is second, Tactical Sealster third, and then Moon Watcher and Dan Beacon still on the inside, racing fourth in front of Shanghai Kai and Lauren House. And then it is Liberty Royal and Turk Henry trailing Arts Alive. Jason Ryan leads them up to the half of a 27-4 opening quarter and gets a halftime recorded in 56-3. River Cruise is cruising in the pocket as they work their way on into the backstretch. And then Tactical Sealster third. Moon Watcher angles to the outside. Then Liberty Royal up the inside. And Shanghai Kai. Arts Alive trying to get away on the field. River Cruise is second. Tactical Sealster third. Liberty Royal scooting through to the inside. And then it is Moon Watcher who's going to take a peek out there. 3 wide now. And he is coming on. And then it is back to Shanghai Kai. Arts Alive. River Cruise is second. Moon Watcher third. Tactical Sealster is fourth. 3/4, 124-4. Arts Alive. Moon Watcher is closing, but still has a lot of work to do in River Cruise on the inside. They turn for home, and it is Arts Alive on down the stretch drive. They come. Arts Alive up the inside. River Cruise, Moon Watcher. Arts Alive was alive, and then Moon Watcher appeared to get in front of River Cruise at the finish, and Liberty Royal was fourth. 154-2. Arts Alive 3-5 on the board. Now you get to the front and just keep on going. It seems to work.
He ended up being the best in the race, though. I mean, you could see he gets to the front, and I mean, he earned this, no question about it. 27-4, but then pretty big middle half, right? A 57 flat. Didn't really give anyone a chance to get near him, and Moon Watcher ended up getting spotted on second over cover. And when he did flip 3 wide, I mean, he may have gotten into second, but he was never getting towards the winners. So I thought that this was a good effort from Arts Alive. I mean, minor his manners tonight inside post probably certainly helped that. But again, you know, a solid winner. 3-5. I mean, again, I can't be too upset about signing against him with Moonwatcher. And I think Moonwatcher was better tonight, but I still not seeing what we saw from him on that win streak.
Well, I didn't like how Arts Alive looked on paper, and it wasn't about the paper, as I mentioned. It was about the font, but I liked everything I saw on the track.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, like I said, when you looked at it, you know, again, other than your issue with the font, I mean, he certainly would be the one that kind of jumps out at you just because of, you know, who he's been facing and the fact that this, you know, third start, you know, back after, you know, a little bit of a break anyways, and or after being south of the border. And the thing is that for me, if he minds his manners, he's going to be tough in here. I still thought Moonwatcher might get the measure of him, but it looked like a 2-horse race, right? In the multi-legs, I was going too deep. Ends up being the shorter price on top. But like I said, Moonwatcher's one that I think will work his way back to the winner's circle at some point. Just wasn't going to get there against Arts Alive tonight.
2517. All I got to say to you, youngin, is get off my lawn. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 8, it's number 2, Arts Alive, a 3-year-old Artspeak Bay gelding owned by David Jarvis. Trained by Dwayne Marfisi, Jason Ryan, the winning driver, third win this year, third lifetime. Arts Alive, alive in 154-2. Eighth race, Pouts 2 Arts Alive, 330, 240, and 265. Moonwatcher, 280, 250, and 1. River Cruise, $4, $2 Exactor, 680, dollar Try, 13.90, dollar Super, 67.50. Eighth race, order of finish from the top down. 3, 1, 6, 5, 2, scratch 4. That's 3, 1, 6, 5, 2, scratch 4. field for the ninth on parade. 1, Sports Duchess. Sammy Fillion for Courtney Bishop. Number 2 is American Ticket. Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Aussie Stables. And 3, Feel It in Your Hands. Jay Harris for Gaetan Hebert. 4 is Goodnight Irene. Jason Ryan for Gord Bremen. 5, Maddie's Credit. Cullen Kelly for Cassidy Schneider. And number 6, Wildcat Delight. Brent McDonough for Ron McDonald and Blue Shoe Investments. Number 7, My Mother Pearl. Anthony Hahn for Ben Hollingsworth. And 8 is Starlight Dancer. Daryl Thiessen for Melissa Lamberou. Field of 8, race number 9. Let's take a look at this field. And, well, number 2, American Ticket, is a horse that I know you really love in here. And, well, you got to go back a little ways, though, to see a win. It's back in the middle of May, but certainly won at a very fine speed.
Yeah, she does, and she's a horse that races better. She gets put into play off the gate, and I think that the front end here at the River is always the place to be, whether there's a strong bias or not, and I think that's going to help her, get back to the win column. I know that 2 back, she obviously raced here at 18-1 in a race won by In the Mood. That's a top condition class. Got away 6 off the gate. Ended up never really able to get into the race, and then last time at Mohawk Park, just kind of sat on the inside, and then in the stretch wasn't able to come forward. But again, that was against a reasonably good group, and I think tonight though she gets put into play, Gary, and gets her desired trip, which is on the engine, because there's not there's speed in here, but there's not her kind of speed if that's the game plan with her. So she's 9-2 on the board right now. I think that is a pretty good value on one that I think can wake up in a big way here. You even look at that race that she got beat in the pop-up series at Mohawk Park. Tripped out legit fractions before getting beaten the end of it by Baby Bonita at 45 cents to the dollar. Again, we see a lot of horses come and get a confidence boost here. I think she gets it tonight.
And, I couldn't decide which way to go. I ended up leaning on 1, Sports Duchess, and is your second choice. And certainly the 2 on the inside look like the 2 to look at, and that's what the tote board is saying, with the exception of Post 8. But Sports Duchess has some decent things on paper.
Yeah, I think there's some improving form there, right? We'd say, and drop down to this level in her latest on July 14th. She was scratched due to transportation July 21st, but her last start, I thought it was a good one. She was overland a long way before finishing second to Girl Scout Cookie. He was a strong winner on that occasion, and now gets the pole position. So hasn't had a post like this to work from for a little bit, and was a winner from it at Western Fair on May 24th. So I think she should be in the mix throughout. And right now, favoritism at 3-1.
And Rob, we just have some news. They're going to have a scratch of 1, Sports Duchess, so that clearly changes the whole complexion of this thing. And you were talking about 2, American Ticket as your top 1, Sports Duchess. 6, Wildcat Delight is one that I need you to tell me what to think of this horse, because this is a mare that I've never been right on. She's been good when every time I zig, she zags.
Yeah, she's a tough nut to crack sometimes, and last time no chance to up condition class here. Post 5 got away 6th off the gate. That race was won by Major League, right? So I mean that's a serious mare she had to go up against on that occasion. She's kind of a trip horse. She's a horse that does really well when she kind of gets that favorable journey. Not always easy to get that from Post 6, but might be able to work it out here tonight. I mean, I think she figures against this group. The problem is how does she get into the race, because she's usually at her best either racing off a helmet or just kind of sitting on the pylons and waiting to do something in the stretch. I'd say 5-1. I think you got to get a bigger price than that, if you're going to play her to win. But obviously now we do have, you said, the Sports Duchess coming out of it, so that does maybe help her. Chances off the gate a little bit moving in a spot, but it's still not ideal for her.
It also certainly hurts your ticket, because that takes the favorite out. American Ticket's going to have to drop, because that's where a lot of the money is going to go to. If you were shopping elsewhere, you got Wildcat Delight. What about My Mother Pearl?
My Mother Pearl, I thought, was a piece horse in here, one to use somewhere underneath. It comes down to posts for me again, right? If she draws inside, then I could definitely get involved with her, maybe even, as high as second. I like American Ticket here, but she's a horse that, again, it's how does she get into the race? She's survived overland trips though, in 2 of her last 3 to get a good chunk of it. Was a winner by a neck. Autumn condition here, July 7th, and wasn't poor in defeat to in the mood. So I think you can use her under there. The horse taking a lot of support right now from post 8, now post 7. Starlight Dancer, 3-year-old against older horses, Gary.
You might as well talk about Starlight Dancer because 5-2 on the board. You got to talk about the one right now that's the favorite.
Yeah, 0 for 7 this season as a 3-year-old. I'm just not so sure you get your confidence back from post 7 here at the river, taking on older mares. I mean, again, like for me, I know last year she was a winner in OSS Gold over the surface, so she's got that going for her. But yeah, I couldn't get there. I mean, she's obviously had a big year as a 2-year-old, 5 top 3 finishes at an 8, almost 100,000 made. But I can't get there at a short price on her.
And 3 Feel It in Your Hands is a weird one. You see a couple of wins at Georgian Downs not that long ago, but a lot of the other races, they really don't look good. Feel It in Your Hands is currently 14-1 on the board. It's a field of 7 for race number 9. Note the scratch of 1 Sports Duchess taking up their positions. It is American Ticket on the inside with Feel It in Your Hands in the center. Goodnight Irene, Maddie's Credit, Wildcat Delight. To the outside, My Mother Pearl and Starlight Dancer. Field of 7 for race number 9. They're at the start of the rough. Goodnight Irene's going to flash out. Maddie's Credit on the inside, American Ticket, and on the outside, Starlight Dancer tried to leave, but it then goes very wide around the turn. And right now on the inside, American Ticket. American Ticket, Goodnight Irene, Maddie's Credit, Wildcat Delight now will come away 4th, and then My Mother Pearl. Starlight Dancer second from last, and Feel It in Your Hands is trailing the field. American Ticket as they race on to the opening quarter. Good Night Irene is second, 27-1 opening quarter. Then third, Maddie's Credit. In front of Wildcat Delight, My Mother Pearl. Starlight Dancer on the outside. And then Feel It in Your Hands. They work their way off the turn. They come on towards us with American Ticket of a 27-1 opening quarter. Looking to get a second panel breather as they come up towards the half. American Ticket and Turk Henry leading. And in the pocket, Goodnight Irene. Now flashing on the outside is Wildcat Delay. Maddie's Credits on the inside 4th. Halftime was 56-3 on into the backstretch they go. And still on top, American Ticket with Goodnight Irene in the pocket. To the outside, Wildcat Delay. Maddie's Credit is racing position to 4th. Then to the outside, Starlight Dancer is second over 5th, about 6 off the lead. My Mother Pearl and Feel It in Your Hands doesn't appear to be feeling it tonight. They race their way on towards 3/4, and it is American Ticket who leads by a couple of lengths. American Ticket, Goodnight Irene. Wildcat Delight is third. Maddie's Credit, Starlight Dancer, and My Mother Pearl. American Ticket, 3/4 was 125-1. American Ticket, Goodnight Irene looks alive, and racing third is Wildcat Delight. American Ticket, Goodnight Irene looks to dart up the inside. American Ticket, and up the inside, Goodnight Irene is getting closer. Goodnight Irene up the inside is gonna win it. Wildcat Delight, then American Ticket, and My Mother Pearl. 155 flat. Goodnight Irene, I thought as they got to the top of the stretch, looked very alive and was alive up the pocket, Rob.
Yeah, she was, and you called it. I mean, you could see American Ticket was getting a little bit tired on the engine there, and when Travis Henry went to work, at the start of the final turn, I said, "Uh-oh, she's getting tired," and you could see late there, she kind of just gives way, and Goodnight Irene darts up the inside. Classy mare, right? Goodnight Irene, you give her that kind of trip, she's probably gonna, take you to the brink every time, and she does tonight.
Yeah, and Goodnight Irene, I mean, you'd have to look back a little further. That last race here at Grand River, a third, and in this class, but still not one that we liked in terms of some of the other ones in here. But it did kind of play out very well for Goodnight Irene and Jason Ryan. Got the right trip.
It did, yeah. Well, she's got that tactical speed, right? I mean, she really does. I mean, she's got that good leaving ability out the gate, and when she gets away into that 2 hole, I mean, again, she's a classy mare. 18 lifetime wins coming into this, now 19, over 200,000 made. She's going to do good things with it, and she did that tonight. She got up for the victory, and Wildcat Delight, kept grinding away on the outside. We kind of mentioned, what kind of trip will she get? She usually races good when she gets a favorable journey. Well, tonight it wasn't. She had to do a lot of work, go a long way out there, and she got past American Ticket too at the end. So a nice exacta here setting up in a race, where American Ticket took the late support. I mean, she was a good price throughout. Got hammered down to 8-5 late, and then beyond that, there really wasn't any that kind of emerged as a clear second choice.
And ends up being a 4-6-2-7 top four. Number 4, Good Night Irene, 7-year-old Big Jim Brown mare, owned and trained by Gord Remen. Jason Ryan, the winning driver, second win this year, 19th lifetime for Good Night Irene, 155 flat. Ninth race pounds for Goodnight Irene, 1350, 610, 310. 6 Wildcat Delight, 580, 272. American Ticket, 330. $2 exactor, 44.90. Dollar Tribe, 91.90. Dollar Super, 182.70. ninth race, sort of finish from the top. Scratch 361-5247. That's scratch 361-5247. Field for the 10th on parade. One broken. Travis Henry for Todd Ratchford. To Brydown Better Be. Garrett Rooney for Kendall Raw. Bryden Farms. Correction, Daryl Thiessen. 3 is scratched. 4 is Land of Paradise. Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst. And Bradley McNiven and Shirley Griffin. 5 is Catch an Ace. Brett McDonough for Rachel Andrew. And number 6, Unique Era. Colin Kelly for Richard Griffiths and John Davidson. 7 is Yale Citadel. Anthony Hunt for Tim Jacobson and James Lewis. 8 is Happy Looker. Jay Harris for Scott Friend and Donald Smith and Donna Parker. 9 is Kicking Cowgirl. Jason Rod from Marie Helene DuPont and Sylvain Deschanel. Field of 8, race number 10. Scratched is 3, Shimar's Lady Havoc. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, on the inside, one broken. I wonder if we're going to see some gate speed on the inside. We haven't seen this one with an inside post very often.
No, we don't. He usually gets unlucky at the post draw, right? Gary is broken, and she's an interesting one, right? Because kind of has been a bit inconsistent as well. She kind of got down to this level and got bet off the board on June the 16th, and kind of threw in a clunker on that occasion, and then has raced better from difficult posts. So now gets to the pole position. And really, I mean, this should be the spot, right? They want to take advantage of it. The thing is, she doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed off the gate, but we always say that the pole position can create speed, right? It kind of creates gate speed. So I think she'll likely get more forwardly placed tonight. Not sure where she gets away, but I do think in the end she can be the one to emerge victorious.
Well, and Broken only has 2 wins this year in 21 starts, but the next 2 that are on the tote board getting a lot of action as well, or not the next 2, but the other 2, Brydown Better Be and Catch an Ace. Well, they have 1 win between them this year. Brydown Better Be, your second choice, Daryl Thiessen driving, is getting bet 5-2. Tough last few lines, though.
Yeah, tough last few lines. Obviously against some decent horses. Though last time out, never able to get in the race after getting away 8th. Before that, a pair of 10 holes, a dreaded 10 hole at Mohawk Park. No real chance there. The thing about Brydown Better Be is that I've seen her flash, good gate speed on a half before, especially from good post position. So I think we're going to see that tonight from Brydown Better Be. I think we're going to see her try to bust out of there and either take control early or sit a good trip. Like you said, 0 for 18 on the season, but there is those 7 on the board finishes. I think that you have to demand every bit of 3-1 honor in here, because the one thing I get concerned about too is you see horses like Broken and Brydown Better Be 90,000 lifetime, 70,000 lifetime. There's some other horses in here with some serious credentials. One of which is the 5 Catch an Ace.
And that 5 Catch an Ace, well, a lot of back class, but one of the things that I can sometimes hold against her is sometimes just doesn't completely get the job done.
No, she doesn't. It's like she doesn't have that killer instinct, right? She gets soft on the end of her miles. Thought she was a winner against Goodnight Irene, kind of like I thought American Ticket was a winner against Goodnight Irene tonight, and it didn't happen. Kind of no excuse on June 23rd when she chopped it out, got beat by a neck on the end of it last time. Set a 2-hole trip. Maddie's Credit kind of just ran them off their feet in that contest, and she faded back to 4th. So I think this looks like a decent spot for her to go down the road again. But the problem is that you usually want to try to find the one that's going to be coming at her late, because she more often than not gives away.
9 Kicking Cowgirl was good last year. This year hasn't been rolling all that well, but things are looking a little bit better of late.
Yeah, we kind of put her on our, I guess we'll say, like a quasi watch list last time. We said we were going to keep an eye on her, right? Because she's moved to a new barn, and she's kind of gotten better with each of those efforts so far. Now, trailing post tonight behind a couple of favorites, but ones that don't necessarily have all kinds of speed off the gate. So not sure what the trip looks like, but I think we do have to keep a close watch of her, right? Because she's got all that back class working for her. Maybe with her new connection, she starts to find a little more.
One thing that interests me also, Land of Paradise can leave a bit and now has a little bit better post, especially with that scratch.
Yeah, for sure. Atlanta Paradise is more than capable in here. The horse I thought was, decent price and maybe worth a look as a 6 Unique Era, but we've kind of talked about them all now.
Well, the one that you like the most, though, is number 1, Broken, 5-2 on the board. And I'm on to Brydown Better Be at 7-2. It's broken. Bright on Better Be on the inside. On the center, Land of Paradise and Catch an Ace and Unique Era. On the outside, Yale Citadel and Happy Looker. And the second tier, Kickin' Cowgirl. It's a field of 8, race number 10 there at the top of the stretch. There at the start of the rough. Bright on Better Be bolts out with Catch an Ace and Catch an Ace. Bright on Better Be and broken on the inside, but Catch an Ace wants the front and has it. Then Bright on Better Be is still working on the outside now, and broken on the inside. Bright on Better Be gets to the pylons, racing third. Then Kickin' Cowgirl, Land of Paradise and Unique Era, and EL Citadel and Happy Looker. And it is Catch an Ace who's now got the lead as they race on to the opening quarter at 2-1. Broken's racing second. Bright on Better Be is currently being third, 27-4 the opening quarter. Then it is Kickin' Cowgirl, Land of Paradise, Unique Era, EL Citadel, and Happy Looker. And they work on around the turn, 27-4 opening quarter as they race off the turn. And it is Catch an Ace and Brett McDonald has got the front over. Broken, filling the pocket position. Off the turn they come and working to the outside now. And coming first up is going to be Bright on Better Be. And advancing and moves up and takes over second with Broken third. Racing fourth, Kickin' Cowgirl, half of 57-4. 30-second second panel for Catch an Ace as they race into the backstretch and chasing on the outside. Bright on Better Be, Broken inside of the pocket. Kickin' Cowgirl's racing fourth. And then fifth, Land of Paradise. EL Citadel back to Unique Era and Happy Looker. Bright on Better Be trying to wear down Catch an Ace has a lead of a nose. Now popping out, Kickin' Cowgirl has moved out. And it right now is Bright on Better Be with a lead of a neck, but on the inside, Catch an Ace is fighting. And then racing position third, Kickin' Cowgirl from the backfield. EL Citadel is charging. Broken's locked down to the inside, and Land of Paradise is in the center of the bunched up. 3/4, 126-1. Bright on Better Be has the lead from Catch an Ace on down the stretch. Drive they come. Bright on Better Be. Then Kickin' Cowgirl on a wide as EL Citadel. Bright on Better Be and Kickin' Cowgirl. Bright on Better Be wins. Kickin' Cowgirl, and on the inside was Broken. Land of Paradise. Mile of 156 flat, the finale. An interesting charge coming to the finish, Rob.
Yeah, it was very interesting. And Brad on Better Be, right? Got away third off the gate, tried to leave out of there. Catch an Ace, as we know, one that is extremely fast off the switch, but like we said, gets soft right towards the end of the mile, and she kind of gave way sooner than she usually does tonight. Bright on Better Be, though, first over for a long way, and then appears to fend off the challenge of one that we thought, you'd have to keep an eye on because she's getting better every week for new connections. Kickin' Cowgirl with all kinds of back class at 11-1. I thought she was going to, kind of coast by, but Bright on Better Be, all kinds of heart tonight.
Kicking Cowgirl. We need the wire, and there is the wire. And look at that. That idiot announcer might have got it right again.
I didn't doubt you this time. I just said, listen, that's Gary's realm. He's the expert. I'm just going to trust you from now on. Whatever you call, I'll go to the bank on, and you got it right again. And you know what? What do we also talk about, Gary? The inside numbers in these high fives, right? I mean, I thought the 1 and 2 would take all the support in here, and Broken got bet down to 6-5. But we see another one that runs out 9-1. So those inside numbers just continue to hit here at the river. And with Catch an Ace off the ticket, this is going to pay pretty well.
And Land of Paradise didn't actually leave, but was able to land on the ticket, and at least one that you could see might have a shot in here.
Yeah, definitely. And, EL Citadel, there's always that one price you want to get in there, and post 7 is something that always helps the payout, right? Because it's sometimes a spot 7 and 8 that people just leave off their ticket. Anthony Hahn, though, had that one really rolling on the final turn and had to settle for 5th, but still not a bad closing effort.
I'm loving this price on Bright on Better Be, my top choice.
Look at you, just rolling. Gary Guy just rolling into the weekend with all kinds of stacks.
Oh, yeah, I'll be giving it back shortly. It's a 29147 top 5. Coming back in front of us is number 2, Bright on Better Be, 5-year-old better than Cheddar Bay mare, owned by Bright on Farms, trained by Kendall Ron. Daryl Thiessen, the winning driver. First win this year, 8th lifetime. Bright on Better Be, mile of 156 flat. The 10th race payouts to Brighttown better be 1170, 620, and 350. 9 Kickin' Cowgirl, 690 and 410, and 1 Broken, 260. Dollar, well, how about a 20-cent high five of 305.37. $2 exactor, $130.60 try, 135.45. Double a 4 and 2, 96.40. The pick three, 3 of 3, 58.05 and a dollar ticket. Dollar win for 111.55 and the dollar pick five, 1514.90. Dollar high five, 1526.85. The 10th race order finished from the top. 3, 1, scratch 4, 6, 7, 5, 8, 2. That's 3, 1, scratch 4, 6, 7, 5, 8, 2 on the bottom. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program. There's a look at the win photo from race number 10. Note that our next live racing event is this coming Monday with a first race post time of 6:30 p.m. featuring Battle of the Bells eliminations and the Battle of Waterloo eliminations. That's this coming Monday night. First dash, 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.